guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
If you're behind on hitting the road for the holiday, you may be in luck. The busiest travel days during Thanksgiving week are usually Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday after the holiday. This year, the Federal Aviation Administration expects Tuesday would be the busiest travel day, with roughly 48,000 scheduled flights. Experts say many people will start holiday trips early or return home later than normal because they'll spend a few days working remotely, or at least telling the boss that's what they're doing. There's also still been an influx of border passages this year.
Just ahead of Thanksgiving, a delegation of Republicans led by GOP leader Kevin McCarthy will head to El Paso, Texas to visit the southern border and once again point out how the Biden administration is allowing the invasion of illegal immigrants into the country. And with Title 42 being allowed to go away, the run to the border is expected to exponentially increase to levels never seen in the United States. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Massachusetts driver accused of plowing into an Apple store at a consistent high rate of speed told police his foot got caught on the accelerator and he couldn't brake in time to avoid the deadly crash. 53-year-old Bradley Rain made his first appearance in district court, where he was ordered to be held in lieu of a $100,000 bond, and the judge told him not to drive if he posts bail. He's been charged with felony reckless homicide by motor vehicle and misdemeanor operation of a car, stemming from Monday morning's crash in Hingham, which is about 16 miles southeast of downtown Boston. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
People plan to buy an average of 9 gifts this year compared with 16 last year, according to Deloitte Consulting's 37th annual holiday shopping survey of 5,000 respondents that was taken back in September. Total anticipated spending per household was $1,455, down from $1,463 a year ago. People in the survey said they also planned to spend less time shopping than they did last year. It could be what you call a Thanksgiving miracle.
An Oregon couple is celebrating twins that are likely to be the longest frozen embryos to result in a live birth. When Rachel Ridgway gave birth on Halloween, her healthy twins came courtesy of embryos donated 30 years ago. Parents Rachel and Philip used a faith-based National Embryo Donation Center to help grow their family of 4 other children, all born by natural conception. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Bitcoin on Tuesday hit a 2-year low as the cryptocurrency market takes a bruising following the collapse of major exchange FTX. The cryptocurrency market has lost more than $1.4 trillion in value this year as the industry's been plagued with problems from failed projects to a liquidity crunch. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, cue the microphone, and here we go. Get ready or not, let the travel madness begin. Yeah, it's already underway. According to the news break there, as far as air travel, had more air travelers this past day, yeah, many of which may be in the air as we speak. Now, versus what we'll see for Wednesday. People getting an early start this year. How about on the highways and byways? How things looking out there? Now, I can tell you one thing as far as Mother Nature interrupting your highway travels or air travels for that matter. You're off to a good start as we head into the Thanksgiving weekend. It's about to get underway. All right, first we got Wednesday, hump day, but yes, like I said, big travel day. 55 million, according to AAA, will be traveling this year. Biggest number since pretty much pre-pandemic. All right, little bit of rain in southern Alabama tonight. It's just some scattered showers, not much of anything going on there. Aside from that, maybe a few snow flurries up into western New York, but very isolated there. You head out west, all right, we see the beginnings of what is going to become over the next couple of days a big cross-country storm. So no real travel issues getting to your destinations for your Thanksgiving holiday. Now for heading out to the stores, Black Friday, that may be a difference. And, of course, through the weekend, return travels, that may be a tad bit more difficult. Forecasters been watching this for several days, and now as it's almost that time, getting a better handle on what is anticipated for your Thanksgiving weekend weather. Let's take a look around the country. Here we go. The south central and southeastern portions of the country looks like you're going to bear the brunt and the impacts of this giant cross-country storm beginning on Thanksgiving Day, then persisting on into the holiday weekend. Forecasters tell us the storm's going to cause numerous delays for holiday travelers and those Black Friday shoppers as dangers like localized flooding develop over the extended holiday weekend. Yeah, there's an upper-level storm, the first ingredient of the large Thanksgiving storm, according to AccuWeather. That'll sweep through the western U.S. here midweek. As I spoke a moment ago, just beginning to see the first signs of that storm with some snow over eastern Washington, northern Idaho, a little bit of rain over north-central portions of Montana. Again, that's just the beginning. As this storm evolves Thursday into Friday, we'll be watching for rounds of rain to fill up the rain gauges in the lower Mississippi Valley and much of the southeast. On the order of 2 to 4 inches of rain, especially from eastern Texas to northern Georgia, upstate South Carolina and western North Carolina. Forecasters tell us local rainfall up to maybe 6 inches of rain from northeastern Texas to northern Louisiana and northwestern Mississippi. That's a lot of liquid sunshine. Now, due to the drought conditions in much of that area and low water levels on most of the rivers, as we've talked for months now, especially the Mississippi, it's not necessarily unwelcome rain, but the timing's kind of inconvenient, arriving just in time for your holiday, and may impact some of your outdoor plans and travel. Motorists may encounter poor visibility, excess water on the roads, especially Interstate 10, 20, the I-40 corridors. Given the volume of vehicles on major highways and the secondary roads, that's kind of a dangerous combination. Forecasters advise please allow some extra time to get to your destination. Remain vigilant as poor conditions and potential for ponding of water on the roadways while driving. Bulk of the rain will fall around Dallas and Houston, say from tonight, Wednesday night. That would be Wednesday night to Friday. In the zone from New Orleans to Shreveport, Louisiana, the worst travel conditions Thanksgiving Day on into Friday night. Further off to the east, a more distinctive double batch of rain is likely to occur as one storm system moves away and another forms and begins to gain some momentum. For example, around Atlanta, your first primary dose of soaking rain will be Thursday night, but a big round of precipitation follows that Saturday into Saturday night for Atlanta and much of that busy I-85 corridor. That will likely lead to some travel delays. AccuWeather forecasters say people headed out for shopping on Small Business Saturday need to be aware of another hazard. Thunder and lightning may accompany the showers in the southeast on Saturday. We could see some locally heavy, gusty storms erupting Saturday as well. Now, if you're going to be spending your extended Thanksgiving weekend at maybe the theme parks in Central Florida, it looks like both Friday and Saturday kind of unsettled with some showers and thunderstorms, but your highs will be in the 80s. Multiple rainstorms in recent weeks from along the Gulf Coast to the Ohio Valley have allowed the water levels to finally begin rising along the Mississippi River periodically. Even though the bulk of the rain from this upcoming storm is going to focus on the Delta region, it should provide another brief boost in water levels on the waterway. May allow some of that barge traffic to progress for a time anyway. There will be a wedge of cool air. Should be enough to keep a lid on widespread severe thunderstorms, at least through Friday. Still some pretty strong thunderstorms may be going along the northwestern Gulf Coast on Thanksgiving Day, then on over to the north central Gulf Coast on Friday. Some of these storms can be rather heavy. Chance that storms could turn severe right along the I-10 corridor. Right now, forecasters are emphasizing the torrential downpour risk, but still a bit concerned about more intense storms right there near the Gulf. The storm may strengthen enough on Saturday to bring some last-minute severe weather in parts of the southeastern USA. There's going to be at least some threat for severe weather late Saturday into Saturday night from coastal South Carolina to southern Georgia. This storm will indeed have a cool side to it, or should I say a cold side. That could bring the risk of some wintry weather for some. As the storm strengthens, just enough cold air may be drawn in on the northwestern flank to produce a patch of maybe heavy accumulating snow in the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region and eastern New Mexico from later Thanksgiving Day into Friday night, maybe extending even into early Saturday. Now, what kind of accumulation are we talking? Generally, 6 to 12 inches, with some areas maybe up to 15 inches there in northwestern Texas. How about that? It begins to feel a bit Christmas-like, right? Despite the snow for the southern high plains, a massive sweep of cold air not really expected to follow this storm in the south central and southeastern states like we saw last week there. It got cold all the way to the Gulf Coast. In this case, instead, the jet stream is going to extend from west to east across the nation later this weekend into early next week. That configuration generally allows average to maybe slightly above average temperatures. Looks like high Sunday and Monday, ranging from the 60s along the I-20 corridor, 70s along the upper Gulf Coast area. Anyway, as the range shifts across the Midwest and Northeast, travel will significantly improve on Saturday across the South Central states and eventually maybe Sunday in the Southeast. Of course, Sunday, the big travel day, as all of our millions of holiday travelers try to get back to the home 20, to get back to the old grind. It will be a back-to-work Monday for many folks. But we don't want to think about that right now, right? We're getting our holiday weekend off and rolling, ready for a Turkey Day Thursday. Yeah, a lot of folks, I've seen a lot of folks posting they're going to be trying the deep fry that bird. I've yet in my lifetime had the chance to try a deep fried bird. We're not going to do it this year either. But be careful with those deep fryers. I saw a kind of a collage, a compilation of videos of disasters. People having too much grease, put the bird in, the grease overflows, and all of a sudden you've got a massive fire. Do not put your deep fryer on your deck, your wooden deck. Your deck may go up in flames. They always say keep it 40 feet away from combustible materials? You be careful dropping the bird in the deep fryer this weekend. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. Larry on board, out of the box here. Obviously, with a lot of folks off here for Wednesday, numbers are going to be down a bit, but so we'll look forward to those that are with us to help me and you and our fellow travelers get through the night at 844-844-3388. We'll run down some of our friends checking in here coming up. Update on the historic snowfall event in Buffalo this past week. Just kind of surprising we haven't seen more reports of roofs collapsing and things of that nature. There is the possibility of some precip with that storm coming up into the Buffalo area. Now, for those who still have feet of snow maybe on the roof, if it begins to rain, suddenly the weight will dramatically increase, and we could see more such collapses. So the advice is get that snow off the roof if possible. So lots to cover here as we roll into a Wednesday. Typically, we'd be saying, hey, Mike, what day is it? I don't know. What day is it? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Rockpick. Checking in on YouTube. Out of the box here. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Hotshot Secret. Thank you, truckers. Our third shift workers and night owls. Not a good day to be a turkey, right? But turkey's good. 38 degrees, partly cloudy here in Rochester, New York tonight. Thank you again, truck drivers, and happy Thanksgiving to all. I'm thinking back, Rockpick, 38 degrees. That's mighty downright comfortable compared to where you were about this time a week ago. You remember that very clearly, right? Happy Thanksgiving, says Philly Dan. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody safe travels. Have a good holiday. Marianne on board. Morning, Steve. Good morning to the overnight crew and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody stay safe. All right. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Jacob on board. Morning from Kingsport, Tennessee. Tuesday night, Wednesday morning for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I'm about to hit the highway. Safe travels out there. Drug Runner, good morning, Steve, and all the overnight folks. 37 degrees in Nashville. Trump 2024. Happy Thanksgiving, all. There's Joe Self checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. 37 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Hope everybody has a safe, good Thanksgiving. Copy the mail, 5-7. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Everybody safe travels out there. Peace to all that find you're alone with only memories. Enjoy your radio and trucking family. All right, 5-7 on board. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. Cool, calm, and clear. Just like Mr. Summers. Right? Now that the political ads have stopped, now they're coming in the mail. Well, here comes the holiday catalogs. Frank checks in. Happy Thanksgiving, Steve. Truck in Troy. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our late night friends out there. Robert, howdy, Mr. Steve. Have a nice holiday. Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew in Louisville. Docking trailers for one more night with this gig. Hope we all have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. I have one more night of this, actually, so safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken is listening in. There you go. 32 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. There's Pappy. What day is it? Or are we past it? Yeah, I'm still going to say it. Hey, Mike, hammer down and be safe. Yep. All right. Good to have you on board, Pappy. There's Randolph. Buckeye Boy checks in from Conyers, Georgia. 41 degrees, going to warm up into the upper 60s for the big golf match between my brother and I. We've been doing this for over 30 years, and the winner gets $1 plus all the past year dollar bills, which we keep at my mom's, and we get a picture taken with the winnings. Now, I'm getting up early, so I'll be catching the show on the podcast later today. But wanted to check in. Hope you have a great night. A wonderful Thanksgiving to you and your family. All the drivers on the road out there, everybody be careful. All right, thank you so much. Mary, listening to the overnight drive as I sit at the Salt Lake City Airport on layover from Cincinnati to Las Vegas. Oh, boy, headed to Las Vegas for Turkey Day. Well, have a good time, Mary. Good luck. Hope you're a big winner. Let's see, Mike. Morning, Steve. I've been frying a turkey for about the past 10 years. Yes, common sense must be in effect when using the fryer. But I've got to deliver here in Syracuse, New York. Then it's over to Buffalo for my backhaul back to the yard in Batesville, Indiana. Happy Thanksgiving to you and all the listeners out there. There's Deborah in Indiana. Morning, Steve. It's a nice morning here in central Indiana. Hope that everyone stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver. So he's out there on the road, one more night? Tonight, then I guess off for Thanksgiving night, hopefully, right? Enjoy your Thanksgiving. And thank you for listening. Hello to Miss Millie. Have a blessed Thanksgiving. Steve, to you and yours. Hoping everybody can get home safe for the holidays. So everyone stay safe and well. You to Big John, call home. Big John, call home. Howdy from Eskimo Mom. Happy whatever day it is. The groceries don't stop for the holidays, so I'm working all this week. Pack your patience with all the amateurs out here. Be safe, but we've got 31 degrees in the dip on I-71. All right, in Kentucky there. It is 844-844-3388. Inbred Redneck was on the line. I was hoping to get an update on the whole FTX thing and what Inbred Redneck has on his mind for Thanksgiving Day. He just dropped off, though. Maybe he'll dial us back up. Speaking of the FTX, the Breitbart headline says, the more we learn, the worse it looks. Yeah, a lawyer for the failed cryptocurrency exchange told the bankruptcy court this past day the company's been run as a person fightem. Speaking about the FTX founder, Sam Bankman-Fried, we'll get the full update there. How bad is it? And again, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Pictures from a Beyond Meat plant in Pennsylvania show mold on containers, boxes, and walls. Leaked documents also revealed that the company's products were reportedly contaminated with listeria on almost a dozen separate occasions. The company's stock dropped nearly 83% in the past year, and last month, 19% of its workers were laid off. A powerful earthquake struck Indonesia's West Java province Monday, killing at least 250 people. The area struck by the quake is densely populated and vulnerable to landslides. Some buildings have been reduced to rubble. More than 13,000 people are displaced, and the death toll is expected to continue to rise. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A-plus rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, undoubtedly plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hello to the Bargain Hunter. I got your message. I see that, Bargain Hunter. Never got my code for the first-time caller code. And I know I emailed that over to Josh and Chad. It's probably been 4 or 5 days ago when I sent them your number. I will resend that. You know what? You can maybe send me an email. Resend me your number, because when I sent that email over to him, I think I tossed your number in the can. So, yeah, maybe send me an email. Steve@hotshotsecret.com. Is that the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
What you doing there, Steve-O?
Good to hear from you. How things going? I'm assuming you're at the Marina Del Rey, ready to throw a turkey in the oven Thursday?
No. We had to come out this week, and Mama Gouger decided she's going to ride with me. So we are touring the state of Texas right now.
Really? Okay.
And having a great time. I mean, she is, this first time she's been with me in probably 30 years. Since me and her first started dating and got married, she went with me to Miami one time, and she said, I'm not going to sit at this house while you on the road for Thanksgiving. I'm going with you. And so far, she's made a pretty good trucking partner, you know.
So does that mean you're going to have like, a Travel Centers of America turkey dinner? You're going to have dinner on the road this year?
Yeah, we're probably going to eat Thanksgiving dinner at Amarillo at the TA out there. I'm not TA, but Petro out there. Probably at the game plan. We hope if we get further than that, probably be somewhere around Oklahoma City. But I told her, I said, turkey, you know, we'll find somewhere to have somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I tell you what, Steve, this woman here is on fire. We stopped at the casino down there at Atmore, Alabama on the way down. We left a day early so we could kill some time and, you know, kind of let her get her trucking legs under, you know, because, you know, women, they had to stop and use the restroom and put on that war paint and all that stuff. Well, you know, it seemed like I was stopping more than she was. So we stopped at the casino there, spent about 5 or 6 hours in there. And I tell you, I believe I'm going to start me a new profession. I'm going to buy me one of them Provost buses, and I'm going to get Tex to drive it, and all we're going to do is take us to the casino and go in there and clean them out. Because, I mean, boy, I tell you what, Sunday she was on fire.
Oh, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. We left out of there kind of heavy in the back pocket laughing, and she said, you know, if you'd have done your part, we'd done it real good. And I said, I know, but I was enjoy paying the light bill and watching you, you know. So anyway, that was that. So things have been going real good, man. But I tell you something now, she got her an eye-opening experience out here, what we put up with every day. I mean, she, like today, coming up 35, she said, Jimmy, I don't know how you do this. I mean, car ducking in and out of you, you know, about taking the bump off the truck, don't even look back, and truck drivers riding down the middle lane, running 45, not paying no attention to what's going on, oblivious to what's going on, cell phones. She said, you know, this is one of them boy people don't get killed with these cell phones. But, I mean, she got an eye-opening experience to what's going on, and I said, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Where did we get to the race up there in Fort Worth? And got up there today, and we was supposed to be in like at 7 o'clock to unload. Well, guess what? The power went out over here and say had some kind of power surge, or maybe somebody plugged the electric car in. I ain't for sure, but
yeah.
Anyway, we just now got in the door, and it's got us running about 5 hours behind. And she said, well, I reckon when we get unloaded, we can just haul a buggy. I said, no. I said, let's eat up our clock, and we're going to sit in Fort Worth about 2:30 in the morning. She said, what? I said, yeah, thank you, American government, for this wonderful ELD, you know.
Wow.
Anyway, I'm glad she get to see what we're dealing with every day out here. And she's been a real good trucking partner. She done real good, and she don't eat much. I can tell you that. I ain't spent a whole lot of money eating in the restaurant. She kept me kind of, you know, you could have this or you could have that, and that's it. She got me on a budget, you know, and I'm used to going eating T-bone and all that good stuff. All we've been eating is hamburger, French fries.
Well, you did pick you picked a crazy time to take her out to see what goes on out there on the daily basis. I mean, so this past day, I mean, was Tuesday really, really crazy, or is it going to be worse today, Wednesday, you think?
It's starting to get crazy, Steve. The traffic's been heavy all week. There's a lot of people traveling. We noticed it down on I-10 coming through Louisiana, a lot of people traveling. The truck stops are packed. I mean, that was one thing that she did get to see. We did run into a parking shortage. And I had enough time. I said, well, I know where there's a place we can go hide at. And so we went over to Grove TT and spent the night over there. And I put a picture up. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it was with that tiger. They stuffed the tiger. It's called a Tiger truck stop, and they had 3 truck stops, 2 in Louisiana, 1 in Texas, and they were known for having a live tiger at all these truck stops. Well, Peter and Carol Baskins got behind it and got the tigers taken out. Tony had passed away, the little cub there. And back when he was a cub, I paid $10 to have my picture taken with that cub. And we walked in, and there's old Tony laying up in the display case. I said, I paid $10 30 years ago to have my picture taken with this thing, you know. So that brought back a little bit of you know, trucking history right there. But yeah. We've had a real good time, and I mean, they've really redone the truck stop at Grove TT and made a big old parking lot. And we did get in there and get a safe trucking, you know, safe spot. And she said, what's all these trucks parked on these ramps for? And I said, no, baby, that's sometimes you got to do what you got to do when you can't find a place in town to park at a truck stop or something. You got to do what you got to do to survive. And she said, well, ain't that kind of dangerous? I said, well, it's a little bit dangerous, but I said, I have had to do it. I don't like doing it, but I said, you have to do it every now and then, you know. I mean, this trucking parking situation has really got bad out here.
Wow.
And she got to see it. So a lot of things, if I would come home, she wonders why I come home and take me 2 days to decompress. She says, I see why now. And so anyway, that's what she's seeing, and I'm glad she's getting to see us firsthand. You want to say hello to him?
Hey, Steve.
Hey there. Happy Thanksgiving on the road.
He said, happy Thanksgiving on the road.
Thank you. You too.
She's not much of a radio personality. But anyway, we just wanted to holler at you, tell everybody thank you. Working tomorrow night?
No, this is pretty much like my Friday. I'll be off Thursday and Friday morning.
You slackers. See, now, you always talking about me being slack, and here I'm out there trucking, and you're going to be gone.
Yeah. When I come back after Thanksgiving, you'll probably go home for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, we're gonna go home and shoot them ducks. Them ducks has been flying. We had a good day and been wiping them deer out. So, look at, man, we want to tell everybody have a safe Thanksgiving. Be careful in your travels, and if you're home, enjoy your family and everything. And Steve, happy Thanksgiving to you and the princess and the family. And we're going to back on out of here and let somebody else get in here.
All right. If we got anybody else to jump on board, I think it's going to be a quiet night, Monkey Gougers. Thank you for checking in and safe travels out there. All right. Yeah, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, I did a quick search because people like Monkey Gouger. I guess he wasn't anticipating that, but yeah, he won't be the only one out there looking for a Thanksgiving dinner, maybe 1,000 miles away from home. Rather than settling for fast food, a group by the Commercial Truck Trader put together their list of the top restaurants where you can eat Thanksgiving dinner on the road this year. Spending long periods of time on the road can be tough, especially during the holidays. While many families gather around the dinner table, you may be completing a run. So rather than settling for fast food, if you have time, park your rig and enjoy a sit-down meal. They put together a pretty decent list, and I'm kind of surprised some of the restaurants that are actually going to be open for Thanksgiving dinner on the road. All right, if you have a location for any of the restaurants on your route, you might want to double-check the hours of operation before stopping by. Drivers who operate the big trucks, the semis, might want to call ahead to make sure they have parking for a big rig. But this year, they say Bob Evans will be dishing out their slow-roasted turkey. They do it all year round. So that's a good choice for Thanksgiving. Enjoy your turkey with some favorite side dishes, mashed potatoes and gravy, dressing, cranberry relish, green beans, and a slice of pumpkin pie. Boston Market is known for serving home-style favorites like chicken, mashed potatoes, cornbread. Locations will be open on Thanksgiving Day, they say. You can also order heat and serve meals to eat in your cab. Cracker Barrel, of course, a popular restaurant for the home-style cooking. Well, they'll be open Thanksgiving Day from 11 a.m. Starting at 11 a.m., they'll be serving your traditional Thanksgiving meal for dining in. Many Denny's locations are actually open 24/7, including on Thanksgiving Day. You can enjoy the regular menu as you dine in, or you can order the turkey and dressing dinner pack for carryout. All right, Fleming's Prime Steakhouse. Not familiar with that. Might be a regional thing. Treat yourself to a more upscale meal with a steak at Fleming's Prime Steakhouse. Open at 11 a.m. Thanksgiving Day. Serving a 3-course menu. Your choice of herb-roasted turkey, filet mignon, or there you go, Monkey Gouger, the bone-in ribeye. Golden Corral will be having your all-you-can-eat buffet Thanksgiving feast from 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. Thanksgiving Day. In addition to the home-style buffet, I guess Golden Corral actually will offer, you can also order a holiday meal to go. All right, several others on the list. Marie Callender's. I knew they were a frozen food. I didn't realize they actually have some restaurants out there. Marie Callender's Pies, a staple for many on Thanksgiving. Yeah, stop by one of the restaurant locations for your traditional holiday meal. All right. All right, if you got a thick wallet, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, obviously known for their steaks. They'll be serving a 3-course dinner with oven-roasted turkey for Thanksgiving. Meal includes a starter, an entree with all the trimmings, and a dessert. Shoney's Restaurants. Every year, Shoney's offers an all-you-can-eat Thanksgiving Day feast. Children under 4 and under can eat free with the purchase of an adult meal. Takeout meals are also available to anyone that does not want to dine in. And, of course, some of the fast food joints that will actually be open on Thanksgiving Day for those travelers out there. Burger King restaurants, Hardee's, Mickey D's, Popeyes, Sonic, Starbucks, Wendy's, Whataburger, and White Castle. What would a Thanksgiving dinner be without White Castle, right? So, very good. From commercialtrucktrader.com. It's certainly not easy being away from your family and friends, especially at the holidays. But you can enjoy a sit-down dinner, or Thanksgiving offers a sense, at least, of some familiarity. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, and I would appreciate those calls. It's a two-way street. You got to help me get through my Wednesday so we can get ready for Turkey Day. Hello to Mr. Kelly there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas, TNCradio.live. Tuesday evenings mean Ladies' Night at TNCradio.live. And right after we close things out this morning, we'll rebroadcast 3 great hours of women-hosted programming. And this week, all 3 shows are brand new. Coming up 5 a.m. Eastern on TNCradio.live, it's The Southern Route with Shannon Courier. Then don't miss Women Road Warriors with Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro. Finally, it's Sarah Barnes-Humphrey with an all-new Thoughts and Coffee, looking at the supply chain. But wait, there's more. There's more. What are you grateful for this Thanksgiving? That's what they want to hear from you. And we'd like to hear from you starting at 9 a.m. on today's Morning Grind program. Your opportunity to jump on the radio and share your gratitude with the larger trucking community. You can dial in. It's 706 TNC TNC 0. That's an easy number to remember. 706 TNC TNC 0. And you'll have a chance to share your thanks, what you're thankful for. Of course, you can also use the Call Us button for easy one-button dialing on the tncradio.live app. Or you can maybe send an email to info@tncradio.live. However you want to do it, they'll be there for you. Hope you have a great Wednesday morning there. Mr. Kelly, Tom Kelly, and all the folks at tncradio.live. All right, I mentioned the headline from Breitbart, FTX, the crypto, the collapse. The more we learn, the worse it looks. James Bromley, who is the co-head of the restructuring practice at the Wall Street powerhouse law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, spoke at a hearing in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the District of Delaware this past day, who said, to say the company was not particularly well run, that is an understatement. Later, Bromley went on to say that the new management of FTX, who took over after Bankman-Fried resigned, had discovered, and I quote, a lack of corporate controls at a level none of us who are in this profession have ever seen before. That kind of echoed the sentiment of the company's new chief, longtime restructuring expert, John J. Ray III, who said in a sworn statement to the court, quote, never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information. But he wasn't done. He went on to say that after control of the company was turned over to Ray and his team, they discovered the emperor had no clothes. These businesses were not operated in a way that's consistent with any best practices. He described the failure of FTX as one of the most abrupt and difficult collapses in the history of corporate America, if not the history of the world. Now, while everyone in the Delaware court appeared to agree that FTX and its related entities were extremely badly run under Bankman-Fried, there was a genuine issue of contention at the hearing. The lawyers for the debtors, led by Bromley, have asked the court to redact the names and addresses of the creditors of FTX. They argue that disclosing the customer list of FTX is a valuable asset in itself that should be kept confidential, and that exposing customers involuntarily, they say, would be an invasion of privacy. They also noted the disclosure of exposure to FTX could actually further destabilize the overall crypto market. Benjamin Hackman, lawyer for the U.S. Trustee, the Justice Department office that oversees bankruptcy cases, said that his office opposes the redaction of the creditors and customers. In particular, he argued to the court to allow the public disclosure of corporate customers and the names of individual customers who are not subject to foreign privacy laws. He said disclosure would improve transparency. All right, for now, the FTX lawyers won the judgment. Judge John Dorsey said he would, on an interim basis, keep the creditor names and addresses redacted, including the list of top 50 creditors to whom FTX apparently owes about $3 billion. Now, he did say any creditor who applies to be part of the official creditor committee will eventually come forward. He also said he could be open to disclosing particular names, especially of corporate entities that the U.S. trustee thinks should be disclosed for specific reasons. Well, this means that the guessing game of trying to determine which other cryptocurrency companies might have a big exposure to FTX, that guessing game is going to continue. According to the FTX lawyers, there are potentially millions of creditors, they say. Just craziness, insanity. I did see that after Bitcoin, I heard on the news break, Bitcoin hit a new several-year low this past day. It's actually up about $1,000 from where they were 24 hours ago, back to 16,000 some hundred, but all right, not where it should be, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. As we head into a Wednesday, big travel day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
If you're behind on hitting the road for the holiday, you may be in luck. The busiest travel days during Thanksgiving week are usually Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday after the holiday. This year, the Federal Aviation Administration expects Tuesday would be the busiest travel day, with roughly 48,000 scheduled flights. Experts say many people will start holiday trips early or return home later than normal because they'll spend a few days working remotely, or at least telling the boss that's what they're doing. There's also still been an influx of border passages this year.
Just ahead of Thanksgiving, a delegation of Republicans led by GOP leader Kevin McCarthy will head to El Paso, Texas to visit the southern border and once again point out how the Biden administration is allowing the invasion of illegal immigrants into the country. And with Title 42 being allowed to go away, the run to the border is expected to exponentially increase to levels never seen in the United States. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Massachusetts driver accused of plowing into an Apple store at a consistent high rate of speed told police his foot got caught on the accelerator and he couldn't brake in time to avoid the deadly crash. 53-year-old Bradley Rain made his first appearance in district court, where he was ordered to be held in lieu of a $100,000 bond, and the judge told him not to drive if he posts bail. He's been charged with felony reckless homicide by motor vehicle and misdemeanor operation of a car, stemming from Monday morning's crash in Hingham, which is about 16 miles southeast of downtown Boston. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
People plan to buy an average of 9 gifts this year compared with 16 last year, according to Deloitte Consulting's 37th annual holiday shopping survey of 5,000 respondents that was taken back in September. Total anticipated spending per household was $1,455, down from $1,463 a year ago. People in the survey said they also planned to spend less time shopping than they did last year. It could be what you call a Thanksgiving miracle.
An Oregon couple is celebrating twins that are likely to be the longest frozen embryos to result in a live birth. When Rachel Ridgway gave birth on Halloween, her healthy twins came courtesy of embryos donated 30 years ago. Parents Rachel and Philip used a faith-based National Embryo Donation Center to help grow their family of 4 other children, all born by natural conception. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Bitcoin on Tuesday hit a 2-year low as the cryptocurrency market takes a bruising following the collapse of major exchange FTX. The cryptocurrency market has lost more than $1.4 trillion in value this year as the industry's been plagued with problems, from failed projects to a liquidity crunch. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back as we cross over the midnight hour in the Central Time Zone. Welcome into a Wednesday that kind of feels like a Friday. For others, it may already feel like Saturday because you may be off today, maybe on the road out there traveling. Big Thanksgiving travel day is here. All right, several sending the link to, I get a breaking story. Turn the camera back on there. There he is. Welcome back. Boy, not the news you want to share. And not a lot of details, but I guess gunman opening fire at a Walmart store in Virginia here a few hours ago, a little after 10 o'clock Eastern time. All we have at this point, multiple fatalities and injuries at a Walmart store off Battlefield Boulevard, according to Chesapeake police officer Leo Kozinski. Speaking to WAVY, police responded about 10:12 p.m., call of an active shooter. Over 35 to 40 minutes time, officers found multiple dead and injured in the store, putting rescue and tactical teams together to go inside to provide life-saving measures. The shooter is believed to be dead. No numbers as far as dead, but he did say less than 10 right now. Chesapeake police simply confirming to the New York Post there was a shooting at 1521 Sam's Circle store. Couldn't provide any further information, but that's kind of a breaking story this morning. Wow. What's wrong with people in this country? You can't help but wonder, and that's not the way. There are families that are not going to be spending the Thanksgiving weekend the way they anticipated. So if we get more, we'll pass it your way. Meanwhile, the historical snowfall event in Buffalo this past week. Residents weren't just taking to the driveways and sidewalks to clear the snow, but of course, Orchard Park, the home to the NFL's Buffalo Bills, the 80 inches of snow that accumulated was also cleared off local roofs in order to prevent a major danger to homes. Snow as deep and heavy as this recent lake effect event can cause roof collapses, threatening the lives of those inside. An unfortunate scenario befell Buffalo back in November of 2014 when they had the Snowvember event, which led to emergency calls for numerous collapsed roofs around the region. One Orchard Park business, Graffiti Graphics and Signs, that had a roof collapse in 2014, had about a third of the roof come down once again this past week, according to the Buffalo News. Suffering damage from a roof collapse in nearby Hamburg, which had a storm total of over 80 inches of snow as well. Numerous greenhouses collapsing. A local bowling alley is now expected to be demolished after part of its roof caved in this past Friday. And of course, bowling alleys, flat roof kind of buildings. Flat roofs like commercial buildings, those are the biggest concern. They could collapse and fail anytime during the winter like they did in 2014. Noting the importance of building standards that require roofs in part of New York, including the Buffalo metro area, to support a much greater amount of weight than other parts of the country due to the prevalence of the heavy snow they received there. For example, in other parts of the country, a roof standard might require supporting 20 pounds per square foot of load on the roof. In the Buffalo area, that minimum requirement for a standard is 50 pounds per square foot. Now, the Orchard Park residents who took matters into their own hands to clear the snow needed to do so very carefully. And for other parts of the country, they recommend trained professionals should remove the snow off your roofs. It's not a good idea to go up on the roof and try to shovel the snow off, especially if you've got a sloped roof, right? Now, if it's a flat roof and you can do it without any problems, usually the sloped roofs, undoubtedly, you can slide off, and it's not the fall that hurts, it's that hard landing. Boom. 5-7 on board. Morning, 5-7.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering how the weight is affecting them, like the USS Sullivans and the other larger cruiser they got up there in Buffalo, man. Can you imagine that would turn the weight on top of the ship make it pretty top heavy. I guess it survived the damage from last year from the ice build up and crushing the hull. So if anybody knows about that, I'd love to hear. Monkey Gouger brought to mind, about how we take our wives out. Mike, what I would do is get a load and, I'd go. I only stopped usually at 3, 4 o'clock, crash. I never had trouble finding a place to park. Get up, 8, 9 o'clock, load up the coffee and, something to take with you and head out. I was always, try to get to the closest I could get to my delivery. I never was late on a delivery. So all of a sudden you take your wife along with you. Well, because of her, let's stop. I want to see that Tiger truck stop. I want to see that Tiger. I want to, no, I want to see. I'm going to Tyler, Texas. We got to stop. I want to stop. Okay, we'll stop. So I got to see the Tiger down there in off I-10, I guess, in Louisiana. I got to see the Tiger, so that was cool. Now I got the memory of it. Several other places, just like Sarasota, Florida. I picked up a load out of Kent, Ohio, up there near Akron. Drove it down to Sarasota, Florida. It was a Land O'Lakes butter load. And pulled her in there, unloaded. And I want to go see the beach. Are we close to the beach? I said, yeah, we're close to the beach. So I asked the guard, I said, how close are we to the beach? He said, you are not more than a mile away from an award-winning beach here in Sarasota. He said, drop your trailer right there. Go ahead and bobtail right down just a block, and you'll be right there. And there's public parking access. And so I go in there, I park. We spend the evening watching beautiful. Mind you, I'm in bib overalls. She's clam digger shorts and in a pullover, and all these people are walking around naked in these little you're showing their butts, G-strings and all. I've seen more people than I ever did on either of my wives when I got married. I didn't see that much of my women until I married them, if you know what I mean.
I get you.
But and so one big old boy, he's a big fat guy, and he looked like he was naked as can be. He's like a beach whale. I said, man, he's comfortable in his skin. But anyway, we got to watch this beautiful sunset into the Gulf, and as we was coming out, right there we got at the cross the road right there at the beach access. There's a Hooters on the left and an Outback Steakhouse on the right. Well, I'm thinking, well, honey, you want to go eat? And I'm thinking, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. I want to know what everybody's talking about in Hooters. Hey, listen, Pup keeps running around saying that I've got mine locked my wife has mine locked in a lockbox. And yeah, that's good. I don't want them back. I hate to think what they look like after 40 years of marriage. But she goes, we ain't going to Hooters. We're going to Outback. Well, the truth of the matter being, I'm a butt guy. I mean, boobs, both wives happen to be very chesty, and I'm good with that, But I'm a butt guy. It ain't like you can actually pick out the body style you like a car when you get married. You find one that likes you like her, whatever. But anyway, we go to Outback, and it worked out good. I guess the girls that couldn't go to get a job at Hooters was working at Outback, and they were wearing Daisy Dukes, and they were fitting out the name for Outback.
There you go.
Well, we're sitting there eating, right? And as we're eating, this young lady was probably about 5'5", whatever, waitress, and they have these real long tables. And we're sitting there eating, and I can't help it. The table down past my wife on the left, and that table, about the second table down, she's bent over there and cleaning that table. And she's doing swirling action, Meanwhile, she's darn near laying on that table, and her Daisy Dukes are hanging out. And well, you know what hangs out is the Daisy Dukes. And she's wiggling. And my wife's talking to me. Unbeknownst to me, that glass divider they have between the tables had a mirror action. She was actually watching me watch it.
You're busted.
I'm busted, and she takes sport of it. And she let me. She was sitting over there. She was sitting over there real quietly and had that real satisfied look on her face. She said, "Busted." I said, "Oh well." We did go to Outback Steakhouse. So there you go. But, yeah, listen, all them years I was hoping that my wife would ride with me. Let me tell you, that wasn't trucking. That was like vacation time for me. Great memories, and I'm glad Monkey Gouger brought that up. So I'm hoping everybody has somebody to be with on Thanksgiving, especially their family. And other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail and try to stay away from politics this weekend. How about it?
Oh, sounds like a plan. Yeah. Somebody I saw posted a photograph, like they made their pumpkin pie for the Thanksgiving dinner. And kind of like you would decorate a cake, they put unvaccinated and ready to talk politics on the pumpkin pie. Somebody's looking to stir the pot for Thanksgiving, right? Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we know there were hundreds of truck drivers that were caught up in that mess. The lake effect snow event there in New York. Saw some video posted, some drone footage, some of the travel centers and some of the truck stops and rest areas. I mean, just literally packed and stacked with trucks that had to, essentially wait out the storm. Because the travel ban was implemented on so many of the highways there in New York. Hundreds of truck drivers, they tell us, were cited over the weekend for violating the commercial vehicle travel bans during that massive snowstorm. Thursday, November 17, officials in New York banned commercial vehicle travel on multiple roadways, including the New York State Thruway in the western part of the state. All that ahead of the storm as they had forecast. Could see as much as 6 feet of snow. We talked about it for 3 or 4 nights. That ban remained in place for several days as the area was battered by winter weather. Shortly after the travel ban was put in place, New York State Police started enforcing those restrictions. Troopers said that while the travel restrictions were in place, a total of 414 citations were issued to commercial drivers for being on the road. Yes, some of these drivers were stuck at truck stops for days. According to one report, last Friday, the 18th, 70 tractor trailers were stranded at Route 20 and Eden Evans Center Road as drivers tried to navigate on routes that weren't on that travel ban, trying to take the side roads, the skinny roads. Ultimately, the commercial vehicle travel ban resulted in traffic trouble in other parts of the state because the trucks that would normally run the throughway were trying to get through on the other roads. On the other hand, many truckers were forced to remain parked at truck stops for days as they waited for that commercial vehicle travel ban to be lifted. All right. Scarecrow. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Morning, your Kemosabe. Oh. Steve, last night, was it ever determined that that would be hump day for the week? I missed out on a couple hours of the program, so did you ever come to a decision on that?
I don't believe we ever did hear, hey, Mike. I don't think he didn't get back through.
Well, yeah, we kind of got a dilemma here, too, going there this morning. Now, I'm kind of thinking we're going to have to call this Casual Wednesday, given that it's going to take anything and everything to get you through to that loneliest hour here. I don't know if one can actually tie a hump day in with a Casual Wednesday, but so I think hump day may be going to have to sit on the back burner here and see what happens there. But talking about Buffalo and all that snow out there, I think you maybe touched on it last night too. How long is that snow going to be hanging around?
Mm-hmm.
Even locally around here, they dump trucks and loaders come in and fall away from parking lots. Well, they've got to put it somewhere. Well, where the hell do you put it when there's no place to put it?
Yep.
I actually saw a clip on the news a couple nights back. They were treating it somewhat like a large farming operation when they chop corn and pile it up out in an open space and run it down with heavy equipment to compress it as much as possible. They were running it up. The dump trucks were dumping, and it was a fair-sized dozer and pushing it up in a mound, and kind of resembled like a coal pile at a power plant or such. My thoughts are, man, by the time they get done running that snow down X number of times, that's going to be still. That's not going to be melted by June. That's going to be short of the density of
right.
a glacier. No, it's I'm sure it's they do what you got to do, but in fact, I think I saw a piece during that last major storm they had out there. They actually have equipment that melts the snow. They dump snow into a machine and it heats it, and then just the water runs off into the lake or whatever. But no, as somebody had mentioned a couple nights back, it would be interesting just to find yourself in that that environment just for a day, just to say you survived it and such. I've always thought about that, being marooned at home, so to speak, for 24 hours, 48 hours or whatever. But maybe one has to be careful what he wishes for there too, huh? Anyway, I missed out on most of the program. I caught the last half hour, 45 minutes, whatever. I think it was Knucklebuster touched on the JFK assassination anniversary and such. And I've thought in the past about there's certain things in your life that you remember. I think you've maybe referenced the moon landing, and for myself, in between that and I know exactly what I was doing when I heard, about the Challenger disaster.
Yep.
And,
in September 11. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. When the towers went down, I could tell you I was staring right at the clock at that very moment. Well, I can remember exactly where I was, what I was doing when I heard of the JFK event. I'd have been 7 years old at that time. We had just finished gym class, the second grade gym class, and the gymnasium is we would pass through the cafeteria on the way back to our classroom. And coming out of the gymnasium, some of the kitchen staff, some were crying, and there were a couple I can picture holding each other, and it didn't make any sense. I heard somebody say, well, the president's been shot. Well, at 7 years of age, politics, government, such that was really never anything.
Right, means nothing.
We had been No, it didn't mean anything. But and as the week progressed and whatnot, and right now, actually leading up to the program, I started thinking I can still have the vision of seeing that case on, going down the street, and it just seemed like the drums beating, it just seemed like that filled the entire week or two, and the sorrowful, mournful music and whatnot. But yeah, that's certainly an event that will live with me. And likewise, somewhat an event that happened yesterday to me is going to live with me for some time here. A week and a half back, it was on a Sunday. I took my mom in. She wasn't feeling well, so we went to the walk-in clinic. And yesterday...
Well, hold that thought, because we got to get to the rest of the story, as they say. Coming up first, we got to get a news break.
USA Radio News.
President Biden has announced that he's changed his mind again when it comes to student loan repayment. Despite the president having said the 2022 end-of-year pushback would be the last, now the White House says the bump will go no later than June 20th, 2023, and payments will resume 60 days after that pause ends. A man in a Miami-Dade County courtroom waiting to hear the verdict on the armed robbery charges he was found guilty of after being in custody for 3 years attempted to cause himself serious harm. His family said he drank a cup of bleach, but don't know how he got it. The man had to be removed from that courtroom on a stretcher, but he's expected to be okay. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll get the details. The likelihood of a railroad strike continues to loom, and it's actually been increasing with now a total of 4 unions. 4 of the 12 railroad unions have now rejected their tentative contract offers. So again, December the 9th is kind of the date looming. And as we kind of were discussing last evening, I mentioned the fact that some are trying to call on Congress to intervene. What could Congress actually do? Now, we got the breakdown on that this past day, and actually the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is trying to nudge Congress to act. You know, what could they do? Okay, we'll break it all down coming up. First, let me get back to Scarecrow here and get the rest of the story.
Well, yeah, the rest of the story here now. Okay, now, yesterday, Mom, she had set up a follow-up appointment for that previous incident. And she'd set it up for, I think, about 11 a.m., which usually is about halfway through my sleep session after I get home in the morning. Well, bless her heart, I was the only one that was going to be able to get her in. So, yeah, instead of going home, I killed time behind a coffee cup till her appointment time. And it's nice. She only lives about an hour, about a mile, from our clinic there.
Mm-hmm.
So, I, take her in, and I join her, in the exam room also, because between her 50% hearing and my 75% hearing, we've got 125% hearing. So anything that is exchanged, why we should come out, fully knowledgeable about what's been said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so either way, we're in the exam room, and one of the staffers, she had done the blood pressure and all the preliminary questions and whatnot, and then it come time there. Well, it wasn't going to be a doctor, wasn't available. It was an RN, that joined us then. Now, Steve, the medical staff, as we come to know through life growing up, with white smocks and this and that, the whole medical themed facility, right? Well, let me tell you, this RN, she, the young lady, and I say young lady girl, anybody less than half my age is a young girl. And, oh man, my mind, it went blank, Steve. I'm all about the female form. A pretty girl, man, but, with the face will supersede anything. To me, a pretty girl with a pretty face everything else is just a bonus. Well, this girl, now, mind you, we all got masks on. Thank you, COVID.
Mm-hmm.
But even at that, Steve, this girl, she had eyes that you could not turn away from. And glanced down her foot gear. Well, they were pointed black. They weren't flats. They had some type of a heel on them. It looked like she was maybe dressed up for a dinner date more than work in the medical facility or such. But unless my reputation preceded me that she knew she was going to be entertaining us. But no, Steve, it just mesmerized me. As I say, that was a moment in time that I'm not going to forget anytime soon here. My boys, they call me a pervert. Well, that might be so, but they're chips off the old block too, and they went kind of blank when I remind them of that. So, but either way, so yeah, I guess the fact that I missed my general sleep session, it made up for that, and the fact that she had a mask on, it was somewhat like Middle Eastern women and such too. A little bit of mystique there.
Yeah.
But it just I can't. Since the others are talking about women in their life, I had to bring that up. Not to say I'm not happily married and such. I love my wife there and such. But anyway, a little bit of have to throw some real business in here tonight. Last night, I think, was it Monty? Is he the one that closed out the program?
Correct, Monty, yes.
Monty, okay. Yeah, that was the first time I've even heard about that satellite tracking or whatever, that's proposed, for trucks and whatnot. At least that's what I got out of it. And then it's purely coincidental here, Steve. My first call last night, I was actually going to bring up about speed limiters and such, something that I've personally experienced. And Monty, he literally took the words out of what I was going to say. When you closed the program, I was on hold there. But I was going to bring that very thing up about, the parade of trucks and whatnot locked in at whatever the set speed is. Our company trucks are all 65. Now, fellow driver works alongside me. He's got the sister truck to mine. The fleet numbers are within about 3 or 4, whether they came down the assembly line the same day or week, who knows. But identical trucks. Now, I've got 175,000 on my original drives. He just got new rubber. Now, I'm satellite tracking as well as signboards will show that I'm going 64. And I show him on my radar now at 66. Now, these are identical trucks, both set at, 65 miles an hour. Now, let's throw a couple dozen trucks like this locked in at the same set speed. And every truck, is going to be varied in their actual true travel speed a little bit. And true to most truck drivers, nobody is going to sit there single file. you're going to get out in that left lane, or whatever it takes to. If it takes a half mile to a mile and a half to 10 miles, they're going to get around that truck that's slightly slower than them. And, that's exactly what Monty had brought up, that, boy, here we go again, the unintended consequences. And my thoughts are, let it happen. Let it happen just once. And within a week, the politicians in this country are going to be so swamped by the civilian motorists in this country, so angered to what's taking place with the trucks and whatnot, that they are going to demand that this whole speed limiter thing be rescinded. And the voting public, they are the ones that are going to dictate more than anything that the trucking industry can have to say about it. That's my thoughts anyway. But so either way. Yeah, I had something else too, but I guess we'll bank that, and I'll dig in, dust the cobwebs off maybe. I'm looking. I should be able to. I think I'm going to get out decent shape here this morning, so should be able to help you in that last hour there too. So I hope you got a few more lined up behind me here now. So I got to go.
There you
Pour
go.
Some juice in the tanks here.
Thank you very much. Fill her up. All right. Yeah, Pappy, you are correct. He sent me an email. It's a screenshot from the Washington Post dated September 15 of 2022. Yeah, remember that date? Not a big significant deal. Well, that was the date where the rail strike was looming. It was imminent. It was literally a matter of hours from getting underway. Washington Post, the headline reads, Biden scores deal on rail strike, but worker discontent emerges. See, Biden was pretty much celebrating on that day that he saved the day, right? White House celebrates agreement in the Rose Garden, but rank and file membership will have the final say. President Biden Thursday celebrating an agreement between the rail carriers and union leaders to avert a national rail strike. But labor officials faced immediate questions from the workers, whose support they need to ratify the deal. Now that brings us to today. How could Congress, or how could Biden maybe save the day? Leader of the largest business lobbying group this past day calling on Congress to intervene in an ongoing railroad labor standoff that threatens to idle shipments of food and fuel while inflicting billions of dollars of damage to an already struggling national economy. U.S. Chamber of Commerce Chief Executive Susan Clark implores federal lawmakers to step in one day after members of the biggest railroad union rejected that tentative agreement that had been brokered by a board appointed by President Biden back in September. Clark says Congress must now impose the deal President Biden negotiated, that the railroads and union leaders agreed to. Well, you see, my dear friend at the Chamber of Commerce, it doesn't work that way. The workers, the union, the rank and file have to ratify or agree to the deal. The government doesn't tell us what deal we have to take or what deal the union has to take. Biden's Presidential Emergency Board in August released the framework, of course, for the tentative deal. Tentative. You realize? The following month between the major carriers. 4 unions since have now rebuffed the deal, angered that railroads responded to their request for 15 paid sick days with an offer of 1 paid personal day after their members kept the vital goods flowing during the pandemic. The railroads, the workers. They asked for 2 weeks, basically, 2 weeks, 15 paid days. And the union comes back, or the railroads come back and say, and I will give you one personal day. These unions and their employers have until early December to settle their differences. If they do not, workers could strike, railroads could lock out employees unless Congress intervenes. Chamber of Commerce says if Congress fails to do so, a rail strike would substantially exacerbate inflation and the economic challenges Americans are facing today. Executives from groups representing coal, agriculture, retail, consumer packaged goods industries that depend on rail to transport 30% or more of their products are also urging the president and Congress to take action. So it comes down to Congress. Can they actually come out and say, this is the deal and this is what you're going to get? Screw you otherwise. Well, can those workers then not show up for work? Do you think they wouldn't strike? They've said no to the deal. Now, we realize a rail shipment stoppage could create a debilitating logistics choke point for the movement of energy and materials, resources that are essential to our grid reliability and our energy affordability, our manufacturing sector, and the energy security of our allies in Europe. So says the CEO of the National Mining Association. We urge you to take action now rather than wait until the last minute to intervene. This is the Vice President of Supply Chain and Logistics for the Consumer Brands Association. That represents the makers of everything from peanut butter to household cleaning products. I mean, they're all pushing Congress to say, yeah, listen, union members, you four unions that said no to the deal, this is it, take it or leave it. Do you think they would actually take it? I think that would more so piss me off to where I'd be more emboldened to strike. Congress, you don't tell us what to do. All right, quick timeout. I'll get to Hillbilly Text coming up here. Heat waves on board and room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Head on down to exit 81 off the big I-75. Morning, Hillbilly Tex. What's happening?
Good morning there, Steve. First thing I want to say, thoughts and prayers to them people in Virginia up there at that shooting. That, there's going to be some folks that ain't home for Thanksgiving, and folks at home that ain't going to have a good Thanksgiving. Thoughts and prayers to them. Now, another thing, well, it's good to hear from old Monkey Gouger. I'm glad he got Miss Debbie out there with him. Now, last night, Steve, everybody was talking about being home for Thanksgiving. Steve, I've missed a lot of Thanksgivings. I've missed a lot of Christmases. And I've missed a lot of my kids' birthdays and my grandbabies' birthdays. But life goes on, I had to work to provide my family what they needed. And I always tried to give the people that worked under me, especially if their kids was 2, 3 years old, 5 and 6 years old, I tried to get them home Thanksgivings and Christmas and because my old lady, she always wanted to go see her mama, whichever state she was living in at the time. And I didn't want to go see that hag no way, so I just went to work. The life don't shut down just because the clock says it's a holiday.
Sir.
We still need food, gas, and you get on an oil well blow out, a gas will blow out down in Texas down there. You may be down there for 30 days, I just want everybody to know that we still got to go on even though it is a holiday,
Yes, sir.
And another thing, Steve, if we could get these truck drivers together like the train rail unions gets together, we may could get something accomplished on this here deal. But you can't get two drivers in the same room gonna agree on nothing. But no, I was out here in the backyard. We having a heat wave down here, Steve. It's not but 33 this morning, and I jumped on the little dog cart there and went off down there under the case and got me a box of snuff and a little adult beverage, and I looked up looking for the moon, and I thought I seen the bat signal, so I figured I might ought to call in and see what's happening.
Well, here we are on a hump day. Hey, Mike. But, Thanksgiving Eve,
Thanksgiving Eve, Well, I'm thankful for what I got, Steve. Thankful for all the friends I got. And, I'd like to say hey to B-Doo and his wife. And I hadn't mentioned them in a while. And Hey, just a whole bunch of people out there I'd like to give a big shout out to. Tip a hat and ring that cowbell, But, no, I just thought I'd call in and kill some time here. I'm sitting out here in the backyard as we are speaking. Nice night, 33 degrees. Not a cloud in the sky, no wind blowing. Finally, boy, the wind been blowing over here for 2 weeks. And, but no, I just thought I'd call in and say, hey, tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell, everybody, and hope everybody's safe and sound wherever they may be. I know Gouger, he's down in Texas, what he said a while ago.
Correct.
But, I need Miss Debbie come up here and put a little good luck on my dadgum poker playing deal there. She said, but
it was
anyway,
I guess they call that
it's
a Lady Luck, as they call it. Lady Luck. Yeah, the exit 81 off the I-75. Tipping the hat, ringing a cowbell. All right, about a minute before news break. All right, hang in there. Heat wave got you coming up, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's see, not a whole lot of new detail. Chesapeake, Virginia, updated a little after 1:35 this morning. Police tell News 3 multiple fatalities and injuries at the Walmart in Chesapeake. Police believe the single shooter is dead. A call came in about 10:15. News 3 crews on the scene reporting dozens of police and medical personnel. Police said that they treated the scene as an active shooter situation and responded accordingly. A reunification center has been set up at the Chesapeake Conference Center at 700 Conference Center Drive. Police issued a statement which simply reads, "We're only a few hours into the response. We don't have all the answers. We continue the investigation into the event at Walmart on Sam's Circle. We do know there are multiple fatalities plus injuries, and the shooter is, again, confirmed dead." Response coming in from several representatives there in the state. Mark Werner tweeting out early this morning. Give you some more coming up here. First, we got to get to the news break as we close out hour number 2 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Biden has announced that he's changed his mind again when it comes to student loan repayment. Despite the president having said the 2022 end-of-year pushback would be the last, Now the White House says the bump will go no later than June 20th, 2023, and payments will resume 60 days after that pause ends. A man in a Miami-Dade County courtroom waiting to hear the verdict on the armed robbery charges he was found guilty of after being in custody for 3 years attempted to cause himself serious harm. His family said he drank a cup of bleach, but don't know how he got it, and think the county should be more concerned about the safety of inmates. Here's what they told television station Local 10.
This should not be happening to people that's in custody. Very emotional for the whole family. We thought we was going to lose Jermaine that day.
The man had to be removed from that courtroom on a stretcher, but he's expected to be okay. A federal judge ruled that former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki must comply with a subpoena and offer deposition in a lawsuit that claims the Biden administration colluded with big tech to censor speech. The judge argued for the public interest in determining whether First Amendment free speech rights have been suppressed. On Tuesday, Bitcoin hit a 2-year low as the cryptocurrency market takes a bruising following the collapse of major exchange FTX. The cryptocurrency market has lost more than $1.4 trillion in value this year alone, as the industry has been plagued with problems from failed projects to a liquidity crunch. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Ahead of the holiday season, Chief Medical Advisor to the President, Dr. Anthony Fauci, stresses that those who are not vaccinated are at a higher risk of death and hospitalization from COVID-19.
The people who are most at risk are the unvaccinated. I mean, we have 68% of our population is vaccinated. You know, that means that we have 32% of the population that's not.
He says Americans also have the choice to test for illness or use masks indoors. Dr. Fauci stresses a clear body of evidence shows booster shots are safe and effective. Some Republican lawmakers are accusing the Pentagon of pushing a progressive ideology in the military. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says a tip line that they established last year for soldiers has yielded many reports of things like misplaced military priorities.
A lot of these progressives seem to worry more about training social justice warriors than actual warriors trained to kill.
But military top brass and supporters say diversity training promotes respect, a core value that ultimately makes the military branches stronger. Mazda is planning to invest more than $500 million in electric vehicles. It also wants EVs to be up to 40% of total global sales by the start of the next decade. Mazda follows Honda and Toyota in making similar announcements. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Okay, welcome back here. We're where we leave off. All right, Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. And as Hillbilly Tech said, thoughts and prayers go out to the family, those, being notified, loss of a loved one. There in Virginia, in relation, let's see, Walmart issuing a brief statement, which simply reads, "We are shocked at this tragic event at our Chesapeake, Virginia store. Praying for those impacted, the community, and our associates. We are working closely with law enforcement, and we're focused on supporting our associates." Senator Mark Warner tweeting here about an hour and a half ago, "Sickened by reports of yet another shooting, this time at a Walmart in Chesapeake. I will be monitoring developments closely. In the meantime, I urge those in the community, listen to guidance from local law enforcement, stay away from the scene." Senator Luis Lucas, "Heartbroken that America's latest mass shooting took place at a Walmart in my district, Chesapeake, Virginia tonight. I will not rest until we find the solutions to end this gun violence in our country that has taken so many lives." So just a couple of statements here. It's about all the info we have. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, one of our local friends. I had that story printed up here. How about that? Send me a link. Couple of stories. The Artemis moon launch. It was actually right about this time 1 week ago. 1:47 a.m. was the liftoff of the Artemis, and we were covering it live here. And according to the reports, the powerful new moon rocket actually damaged the launch pad and blew away the elevator doors in the launch tower during that liftoff last week. While the mission is otherwise nominal, the damage left behind is something NASA is closely looking at to prepare for future missions of the Artemis program, including the next planned mission with humans on board, which will fly around the moon no earlier than 2024. But the damage that we did see pertains to really just a couple of areas, according to the mission manager. Just goes to show that the environment is not the friendliest when you have the world's most powerful rocket lifting off. I mean, just shy of 9 million pounds of thrust when this thing took off. Just like the space shuttle before it, Artemis uses a water suppression system to reduce the amount of damage to the launching deck. That worked as expected. Nevertheless, paint was peeled off the deck of the launch tower due to the sheer force of the liftoff. The elevators for servicing the launch tower fared less well. Photos showing crooked framing around at least one of the two lifts after the doors were ripped away by the shock wave generated by the SLS. The elevator system is not functioning right now. The pressure basically blew the doors off our elevators. Elevators are inoperable. We need to get those back into service. Minor damage induced to the pneumatic lines associated with the gaseous nitrogen and gaseous helium to service the massive SLS tanks, which tricked oxygen sensors on the pad into reading low oxygen levels amid the leaking gas. Managers also found a couple of small flight items near the pad that should not have been there. Throat plug material expelled from the rocket during liftoff, which they say happens from time to time with rocket launches, and one piece of the RTV, the caulking that we talked about prior to the launch from the base of the Orion capsule. Not clear whether the RTV flew off during the launch or actually came off during Tropical Storm Nicole, which did rip off a strip of caulking prior to the launch. Now, the damage was minor enough that He characterized the SLS as a very clean system. The rocket exceeded its performance targets, and the team will make some changes for Artemis 2. Yeah, this is all about being as safe as we can, given the hostile environment that we're flying into for our astronauts. And we take this very seriously. Flight safety for the astronauts, paramount. But, yeah, blew the doors off. That's a powerful launch. Good morning, Heat Wave. How things looking out west? Have you warmed up a bit finally, or still chilly out there?
No, we're still a little chilly. That's for sure. In New Mexico, you got to make it clear that you're talking about cold instead of red or green chilies.
Oh.
So, yeah. So, you know, that RTB stuff, that's RTV, whatever you want to call it, that's not a real brand new idea or of a filler. I mean, good Lord, you can buy that at your local hardware store. You can buy it in little tubes. I mean, we had that in the Air Force just to fill in cracks. It doesn't really do a whole lot, but make a wherever it fills in, it just makes it waterproof. But I mean, it's not a specialized, $8,000 an ounce type of thing that the government used to buy during the Cold War. So I don't know what they're making this big deal about the RTB gel. But anyways, well, happy Thanksgiving to all y'all out there. Make sure it's a safe one if you can. If you can stay home, that'd be even better. I guess be with family and whatnot. But yeah, I just found out earlier this evening before we took off that they were going to cancel our run. That would have been Thursday at 6 p.m. I was like, well, that's another way to keep me from making money. I'm not real happy with the operations here with the company, but yeah, what else is new with that?
Mm-hmm.
So, my daughter, she was saddened by the mass murder, that mass shooting they had over there in Colorado Springs at the Q Club, and I should have known, what it was, but I guess I just was hoping it was something else, and all the alphabet community is screaming, we need more protections. Well, I'm sure that was a gun-free zone, and someone just happened to bring a gun in there, just like Walmart is a gun-free zone, like that's going to deter someone who has an agenda. It never does. It just provides more incentive for them to go in and do this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, be it as it is, we're going to have to go back to the Wild West mentality. Yeah, of course, you see on the cowboy and Indian movies, shows of the days, the Westerns, that seemed like everybody had a gun and everybody was knocking everybody off out here. But, I mean, people knew you had a gun, and they thought twice about pulling, this kind of nonsense. But I mean, we're got our laws based upon, we're not so much worried about the victims as we are the perpetrator. He has rights, she has rights. Well, the rights of the living past had rights. They were violated. So, I'm glad that they got the shooter and knocked his butt in the dirt along with the people that he killed. I mean, the politicians saying we need to get to the bottom of, we're not going to rest until we get to the... You know what? DWI, has been going on for a long time, and they always trying to get to the bottom of that. Well, yeah, they need to take a look-see at how that little program is going. It still exists. And it's only a few DAs out there that are making it bad for everybody else out here. If they're going to be blaming the gun for killing these people, then they need to make the automakers responsible for the deaths of these people that are involved in these DWIs and DUI incidences. I mean, that's the problem with politicians. I shouldn't have brought that up, but most of them, once they get in office, they forget about the people they represent, and the constituents see that, but then they continue to vote for the same idiots in office that are supposedly trying to help them. Well, I don't know. This looming railroad strike that may be happening. Well, gee whiz, I really thought that the union people, the hardcore, were saying vote Democrat because they're for the working people. Well, I don't see that actually happening out here. It seemed like to me if you really wanted to make money, you just get off the hard train it is to be working out here. Start doing drugs, start drinking, and then get yourself a disability check for that, and continue to do drugs and drink. Hey, you could probably make more doing that out here than you are actually working it. It's crazy. We have to keep clean to keep our jobs out here, to make sure that we can provide for our family, yet someone of that ilk can just go ahead and scam the system, and that's all it's all about, scamming the system. So, anyways, did you get your bumper sticker yet, or is it still in the mail?
I hadn't got it yet.
Well, maybe I should have went ahead and put a trace on that damn thing when I had the opportunity. But I figured it was 84 cents postage, so what the hey,
Right.
Well, maybe he'll bring it to you the next Friday when he's there, or whenever he calls in, he'll probably have that sent to you. I have people look at me when I'm going down the road. They're looking at that, or even when I'm parked in the parking lot, they're like, "Jacques Semas." Like, yep, that's what it says. It's just something totally different from what these people are used to out here in Texas. Hell, everybody knows what Jacques Semas is. But, you go out of the state or out of a territory in the state, and it just blows their damn mind.
Well, Chris Gabrowczyk didn't know what Jacques Semas meant.
Well, there you go. It's probably, I don't know how the Czech community is up there, but down in Texas, they are very, very proud of their heritage, and it's. I don't know if they got Czech festivals up there where Chris is or what, but I told you eventually I'd get you those bumper stickers, and by God, I did. So, well, I guess that's about all the ragging I'm going to be doing for tonight. Steve, you, senor, and all the other senors and senoritas out there, y'all have yourself a blessed Thanksgiving and a safe Thanksgiving, and God willing, we'll talk to y'all again starting next Monday morning.
There you go.
Good night,
all right. So have a good Thanksgiving. Yep. There you go. Heatwave, thank you for checking in. Hey, look at it, 19 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Apparently, they're in Buffalo, New York. They were actually planning to reopen schools today. Yeah, Wednesday the 23rd. Thanksgiving. I know my grandkids, I thought most schools were out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because so many families hit the road on Wednesday anyway. But, of course, they had been closed since the snow arrived the last week. So they'd already missed several days. I don't know if they were trying to use this for a makeup day, but the plan was to reopen today. They had to reconsider after the outrage from many parents concerned about the safety of their kids. I mean, there's still so much snow there, and obviously a lot of street corners are buried, which would be the bus stop where the kids are going to have to ultimately then be maybe standing actually in the street to wait for the bus. What one mom said, just worrying about the safety of the kids. That's number one to me, them standing at the bus stop or standing in the street, because the bus stops aren't shoveled. Yeah, the comments from Facebook, so many from concerned parents, apparently caused the school board to maybe step back asking themselves, can we confidently ensure a safe arrival at the school today? Bottom line in making the decision is student safety. When we came to a point where we didn't feel we could speak confidently to student safety, we had to step back and reevaluate, according to the chief operating officer for Buffalo Public Schools. Listening to the parents and the community. So we have reconsidered, and school will be closed today. So your Thanksgiving holiday weekend is underway there for the kids in Buffalo. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, there you go. Let's get right back to the calls here. Good morning, Captain Ron. What's happening?
Good morning. Well, it's 62 degrees here at Florida-Georgia line headed south. So did you find what the princess had you running around all over town for?
She found it this past day. She's been looking for table and the folding table and chairs is what we needed because we had extra company coming over and everybody can't sit at the dining room table.
Right. You got to set that kids' table up, huh?
That is correct.
So, well, I'm looking forward to that turkey, but what I'm really looking forward to is the game where my Wolverines are going to beat up on those Ohio Buckeyes.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I'm looking for.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Look out.
Well, Wolverines leads that 59-51. Ohio has won 8 of the last 10. We won last year, and I think we'll do it again this year. So I'm just throwing that out there for what is a Buckeye anyway? Does anybody know?
A Buckeye? Well, yeah. Well, here in Ohio, we have they're Buckeye trees, and it makes I don't know what you'd call it, a nut or whatever that. When they come out, they're covered in a prickly, sharp, soft shell, and inside is the Buckeye.
So
So then it's a useless nut.
A useless nut. Yeah, that'd be about it. It's actually, I think they're poison. You know, you can't eat these nuts. They're poisonous.
That just made my point. And now I want to see the Detroit Lions beat the Detroit Bills, since they were the home team last week.
Right, yeah, in Detroit, yes. What are the odds of Detroit winning on Thanksgiving Day?
I don't know. They've already won 3 in a row, I think. I think they've won their last 3 in a row.
I saw that game this past weekend. Yeah, it's just always interesting on Thanksgiving Day.
But I always thought it was Detroit and Green Bay that played every Thanksgiving. Maybe it's just Detroit plays every Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think you get a Detroit game, and I mean, Cowboys, they always play on Thanksgiving, right?
I believe so, if I'm not mistaken. But who knows?
Yeah, I'm
So
looking
remember
at the schedule here. You got Buffalo and Detroit. You got New York Giants taking on the Cowboys. And then in the evening game, Minnesota Vikings taking on the New England Patriots.
Well, Minnesota was doing so bad last week that they took their game off the air and put a more competitive game on TV, is what they called it. I've never seen that happen before. I mean, they were down like, I don't know, 37-3 or something. Anyway, so a couple weeks ago, remember that Tito and Ryan Laundrie lawsuit? You know, where Laundrie owes them $3 million now?
Right.
Wasn't Ryan Laundrie an adult? So, I mean, how does his parents get sued out of this?
That I don't know, but hold that thought.
USA Radio News.
President Biden has announced that he's changed his mind again when it comes to student loan repayment. Despite the president having said the 2022 end-of-year pushback would be the last, now the White House says the bump will go no later than June 20th, 2023, and payments will resume 60 days after that pause ends. A man in a Miami-Dade County courtroom waiting to hear the verdict on the armed robbery charges he was found guilty of after being in custody for 3 years attempted to cause himself serious harm. His family said he drank a cup of bleach, but don't know how he got it. The man had to be removed from that courtroom on a stretcher, but he's expected to be okay. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Picking up right there where we left off, let me just put it out in the form of a question, I guess. Because I'm sitting here thinking along the same lines. If you knew that your son or your daughter had committed a heinous crime, you know it, they divulged it to you, would you be able to go to law enforcement and say, listen, my kid did this? That's a tough question, right? Chris and Roberta Laundrie wanted to avoid the emotional distress and embarrassment of testifying in a civil trial where they would have to face the parents of the young woman that their son killed, or is, they say, believed to have killed. A judge this past a ruling they will not get that wish. The parents of Gabby Petito, the young woman who disappeared, recall the cross-country trip with her fiancé then, Brian Laundrie. She was later found dead in the national park. They filed a lawsuit against Brian's parents. Gabby's parents claim that after Brian returned to his parents' home without Gabby, but he was driving the van, remember? Brian told his parents what happened, but his parents kept it a secret. The parents gaining international attention for their missing daughter in the time between her disappearance and the discovery ultimately of her body. They now say Yeah, Brian's parents knew what happened to Gabby, and they could have helped the family avoid the distress they suffered if they would have gone to officials and told them what they knew at the time. So the hearing this past day, Laundrie's attorney asked the judge to limit the scope of the deposition in the upcoming jury trial. He said he wants to avoid unnecessary questioning that could be used against the Laundries in other ways. This is not the moment for somebody to create fodder for online media reports or to make a movie or something like that. That's not the purpose of this deposition. It is to uncover the facts that are relevant to the deposition. Gabby's attorney, the family's attorney, Gabby Petito's family attorney, said in his opinion the Laundries attempted to limit their own testimony is just another example of their desire to protect themselves. I do not think that the fact that these questions are difficult for them and might embarrass them, maybe cause them distress, that doesn't matter. That's what litigation is about. It happens. All right. So the parents knew, didn't say anything, and we kind of suspected at the time. You know, your boy showed up, and remember he had backed the van in the garage, and then the parents told authorities that he was going out to walk the Appalachian Trail or something, or maybe he was headed down to go camping or something. Yeah, they knew what was going on. I guess they covered for him, so that's where that stands, Captain Ron.
Well, I always thought that they knew, but I didn't know that it was proven that they knew. You know what I mean?
Right.
That would be, I mean, it's kind of uneasy that if your child is an adult, that you could be sued in a civil trial. I mean, you know, that just doesn't sit very well with me. On one hand, but if they knew, then I can understand it, but I didn't know that.
Well, I think that's
proven that they knew for sure or not.
I think that's what this deposition is to uncover. I believe the line of questioning is putting them under oath, and they have to answer the questions of what they did and didn't know. I think that's what this is all about uncovering.
Right, but how would you prove it? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
If you put them under oath and they lie, I mean, right? So then that's where you get into the whole line of questioning and cross-examination, and then you get them backed into a corner where they have to they have to admit, you knew what was going on, right?
Well, I always thought they knew, but it's just kind of hearsay, and it just
correct.
I don't know. It just seems like the parents. How can you be, sued in a civil lawsuit when they're an adult? I mean, I understand when they're 15, 16 years old, maybe, but if they knew, they knew. But I guess that's irrelevant. So I got my Christmas lights up.
I
put it on
saw
my
that.
Facebook.
They're looking good. I saw that. Yeah.
And Heatwave said that I need to quit my day, or don't quit my day job about my singing on that video. But I thought I did a better job than Knuckle Buster and Gilligan. You didn't get yours up yet, did you?
Well, I've got to the point where I actually, this past day, I got out and got the totes, the plastic containers. I got the lights out of the shed, and I got them in the storage room ready to put up now. But they're not up.
Well, that's a start.
Yeah.
And just one more thing, I'm kind of like Hillbilly Tex. I missed a lot of Thanksgivings and birthdays and events and Christmases and New Year's and all that out here on the road. When I started, you couldn't just start driving a truck and get a local job. You had to have a couple years under your belt. And I thought, I had to do my time back then, and it just, it just kept on going.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I guess that's about all I got for the night, but I won't be out here Sunday night, and this is mine and your Friday, so see, there we go. Monday's the best day of the week.
Yeah, boy. Have a good Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble. Thank you for checking in. All right, who else? Eskimo Mom checks in this Wednesday morning. I keep wanting to say Friday, but it's Wednesday. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Like I said, whatever day it is.
Yeah, well.
But for Captain Ron, I hate to tell you, Ohio State's going to whip them Wolverines.
See, here you go.
A Wolverine's a vicious animal, but they got, if I remember right, aren't they harvested for fur?
How many calls will law enforcement get for a domestic fight, an argument over college football this Thanksgiving?
I will not be surprised if pretty much every single community has some sort of fight. No matter if it's college football or NFL football or anything like that.
Yeah. Roll Tide. Screw the Tide, right?
Oh yeah. As for the game this coming weekend, my stepbrother texted me here yesterday. He's predicting 42-39 Ohio State. But my stepbrother is a guest services supervisor over there at the shoe. So take a guess where he's going to be on Saturday.
Yeah.
At 8:00, and he said at 8:00 in the morning, and be there until the last person leaves.
Tailgating bright and early, huh?
No, boy, he's being a supervisor. He's got to do the walk around and get the final briefing on everything.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
to make sure the people that do go to the game, they have the best experience possible.
Hopefully, it's a good game, Eskimo Mom. I'll be tuned in. That's for sure.
Yep. I'm gonna be half tuned in. I'm hoping he texts me and tells me who wins and everything. But or I'll just get the word from a friend from either friend of mine or even Captain Ron might text me later on Saturday and tell me who won or tell me if he's celebrating.
Right. So the groceries have to move. The groceries have to move even on Thanksgiving Day, huh?
Yes, sir. Meyer is going to be closing at 5:00 on Thanksgiving, so just a heads up for everybody. If you whatever you need, make sure you know about it before Thursday, because in some communities, some grocery stores are going to be closed, or they're going to be closing early that day. So if you run out of something, you're gonna be ending up having to go around and to many different places and try to find whatever you need.
So you're saying tonight, Wednesday night, will be kind of like closing time, and they're off for Thanksgiving Day then?
Some places might close on Thanksgiving Day themselves. Some of them, but there's going to be a lot of the places, like I know with our store and several others being open for limited hours on Thanksgiving Day itself.
Okay. Well, because you always forget one of those most important items you needed for your Thanksgiving spread, and it's like, what do you mean we're out of butter? We're out of butter? We need butter for the mashed potatoes. We need butter for the dressing. We need butter for this. And how did we forget the butter? All right, see what's going on. It's been a while since we heard from Pup. Hello, Pup.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
Ready for Turkey Day, are you?
Oh, heck, we got a busy day that day. Going to Mom's and going to Julie's and family.
Uh-huh.
Busy. Oh, at least you get to stay at home.
Mm-hmm. But I'll have a house full of company, though.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that's not so bad. It'll cut down on the heat bill because all that body heat and
Yeah, that or they'll be jacking the heat up because they'll be running in and out the door, letting the cold air in.
Yeah. Hey, I do want to wish all my friends and Miss Becky right there a happy Thanksgiving and everything. But, Steve, I'll tell you what. The two questions that you ask, it goes down to morality. And you should have raised your kids right and believing in God and everything. I don't want to throw that in there, but it's going to hurt your show. But, man, oh, man. Granted, on the other hand, I've got 2 or 3 gun cases that have guns in them, and those guns have never hurt anybody. So it just goes down to morality.
Yeah.
It just
But yeah, I'm just thinking along the line of putting yourself in them. I'm thinking if I knew my son or my daughter, if you know they did something, how difficult would it be? You're going to keep nobody wants their kid to go to prison, right?
Well, I don't know, Steve. I have a hard time lying. And the reason why is because I lied to my mom back when I was like 5 or 6 years old about stealing a pair of scissors out of a Barbie doll cutout thing.
Yeah.
And she made me walk back there in the dark by myself and return them. And Mom always said, honesty is the best policy. So
yeah.
I don't know. If it was a minor thing, like, I don't know, just something minor. But when it comes to like
a murder, a rape or a murder,
exactly, or anything,
yeah,
I don't think I could. As much as I love my daughter, which she's got her own family now, but my morality says I gotta turn her in. So
gotta say something. Well, Pop, I thank you for checking in here. Have a good Thanksgiving. Enjoy that bird. And I know you got a busy day slated, but all right, and we'll return into.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So here come the holidays, and here come millions of travelers. And here comes the big spread of the flu or the COVID or the RSV. And You know, they've all been talking about the triple-demic. That's why the flu typically peaks in December and January. All those families, unbeknownst to them, bring in the bug from one state to the next, and kids go back to school. I can't imagine, what is the necessity? And students in the Washington, D.C. public school system will be required to provide proof of a negative COVID test upon returning from their Thanksgiving break. If you do not comply with the testing mandate, you will not be permitted back in the classroom Monday. Yeah, the mayor's office acknowledged that recent holiday breaks weren't so stringent regarding COVID test requirements. However, for the Thanksgiving break, we've deemed it necessary to support a safe return to the classroom. Yeah, the D.C. schools reportedly started distributing COVID test kits before they broke for Thanksgiving. Families also have the option to collect extra tests at approved COVID centers located in the Metro's eight city wards. Now, district officials have also established requirements for when to take a fresh test. Students and staffers must submit to the test on Sunday, and the result must be uploaded to the D.C. Public Schools online portal prior to the start of class on Monday. If you test positive, you will be prohibited from partaking in any in-person school activities until they complete an isolation period, which they said is going to be 5 days, unless the symptoms continue to persist. It's also worth noting that being vaccinated will not supersede the consequence of a fresh COVID test. The upcoming Christmas break will have similar rules in place, they say, for D.C. students and staffers. Well, right now, it's not actually the COVID, the big one that's going around. It's the flu. It's the good old-fashioned influenza that is rampant around the country right now. Yeah, matter of fact, one of my wife's sisters is going to be arriving today at the Summers Home 20 with her husband. Her mom was supposed to be coming with them, but Mama's not getting to come. Yeah, she doesn't have the flu, but it's in the house. Yeah, a couple of the grandkids and the other sister that lives there at Mama's house all battling the flu this week. So in the name of safety, Mama decided not to travel. She's not coming in. Hopefully she doesn't get the flu. But it's all over the country. The new CDC report just yesterday said the flu is spreading fast. Yeah, let's see. Latest numbers show another 830-some confirmed cases, down from 1,100. And this is like daily cases. But it's way higher than the same time last year when there were just 29 cases. Stay home, stay away from others if you're sick. That's the number one piece of advice from health authorities. But report showing widespread flu activity this early in the typical flu season has not been recorded in more than a decade. As much activity as we're seeing, and it's happening during the expected very busy Thanksgiving travel week. Now, the surge also at a time during a struggle to control what's being called the triple-demic. There's that word. The flu, the COVID, and RSV, all three. RSV is the one impacting the children, the young kids. Yeah, elementary and even younger. A lot of kids under the age of 2 dealing with the RSV, which for weeks now has been kind of overwhelming the children's hospital wards around the country. So you're going to test for the COVID, but you're not going to test for the flu. I don't get it. But back to the calls. 844-844-3388. What do you say, Big Sexy? How's your week going?
Not great so far. Well, tonight's better than last night. Your show was over by the time I rolled out with the papers last night.
Wow. Hey, and like tomorrow morning, the Thanksgiving Day, is the Thanksgiving Day paper still the best? I remember back in the day that I don't care who you were, you had to go get the Thanksgiving paper to get all the Black Friday ads and all that. Is that still the case or not so much?
No, see, we don't have a Thanksgiving Day paper.
Really?
There's no mail delivery on Thanksgiving, so there's no paper on Thanksgiving.
Oh,
There's no mail delivery, there's no paper. Today, the Wednesday paper is the big one. It's the one that's got all the Black Friday ads in it. It's the biggest one we've had since before the pandemic hit, they said, as far as how thick the paper is. But today's the one that's a big one. Same way last year. Since they went to the mail, they don't do it Thursday. So, but yeah, yesterday I didn't get out there till 4:15 my time, which would have been 5:15 yours, when I got away from the paper. And tonight we got a little earlier start. I'm already got a couple towns down already. So, but yeah, I just wanted to check in with you and wish everybody a good Thanksgiving. You ready for it?
I guess, ready or not, yeah, here it is.
On that you were just talking about the flu and all that, it's kind of strange to me. They got home tests for the COVID. Why haven't they come out with a home test for the flu?
Yeah, good question. Interesting, yeah, because it's a simple swab test. I know that. Hey, we got to get our break there. Hold that thought, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
It's a very busy day at the nation's airports. Travel experts say this year's Thanksgiving travel season will be the third largest in the last 20 years. Airline officials hope travelers will experience fewer delays and cancellations because of the industry's advanced planning. The White House is honoring the victims of a recent mass shooting in Colorado Springs.
And there are no words at all, that can bring comfort to those who are grieving. But we stand with the community of Colorado Springs and the LGBTQI+ community.
Speaking to reporters, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the lives of the 5 people killed were cut short by a senseless act of violence. The man accused of driving an SUV into a Massachusetts Apple store killing one person and harming more than a dozen others, appeared in court Tuesday. Hingham District Court Judge Heather Bradley says the court believes cash bail is necessary to ensure that 53-year-old Bradley Rain returns.
I am going to set bail in the amount of $100,000 cash based on all of those factors.
She adds that Rain cannot operate a motor vehicle while the case is ongoing. Rain is charged with reckless homicide by motor vehicle. His attorney at the bail hearing argued that the incident was an unfortunate accident, claiming the defendant's foot was stuck on the accelerator. The man who may become Speaker of the House says the Homeland Security Secretary is wrong when he insists the border is secure.
We have lost the operational control of this border. It's been turned over to the cartels.
During a visit to the border, California's Kevin McCarthy said he doesn't believe anybody would say the border is secure. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Railroad unions and management are heading back to the bargaining table in an effort to head off a national strike in December. The Biden administration had praised a tentative deal in September to resolve disputes about pay and working conditions. A University of Virginia football player is being released from the hospital just ahead of Thanksgiving.
A University of Virginia football player who was seriously wounded in the shooting that killed 3 of his teammates has been released from the hospital. The mother of running back Mike Hollins tweeted the news, and his sister spoke to television outlet WAFB in Louisiana.
So many people are praying for my brother, for my family, that it just seems like this burden isn't as heavy as it should be, if that makes any sense.
On November 13th, Lavelle Davis Jr., Deshaun Perry, and Devin Chandler were killed in that shooting by a former teammate as they returned to campus from a field trip. From the USA Radio News Washington, D.C. Bureau, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Las Vegas will host its first NCAA Men's Final Four. It will be held in 2028 at Allegiant Stadium, home of the NFL's Las Vegas Raiders. Before that, the 2027 Final Four will happen at Ford Field in Detroit. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Look what the dog's drug in. I look at the screen here, and yeah, there's Big Moose. Are you with me? And Big Ed chimes in. Yeah, I'm with you, Moose. All right. So Big Ed's on board. I don't see Big Ed calling in, though. Huh. Where you at, Big Ed? Who else we got checking in? There's Richard checking in from Central Florida, 69 degrees. Hello, Steve, all the listeners out there. There's Mr. Boswell. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, Mr. Summers. Thank you very much. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Clear, cool night in Jonesville, North Carolina. We're right at 32 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's the Smoking Raven, who said zombies are real. Ooh, okay. Well, if you go to the streets of Kensington and Philadelphia, yes, zombies are real. There's Susie Bell on board. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Steve, and all your family. Happy Thanksgiving to all the listeners and your families as well. All right, back to Big Sexy. Good question. Why don't we have a home test for the influenza? I mean, yeah, you go in the doctor's office, they do a swab, but it's kind of like they do for the COVID, and they've got results in a matter of minutes.
Right. Why can't they do that for the a home test like you do with the COVID?
I don't know. Maybe it's because you need to have we got to have a $90 doctor's visit to diagnose.
Well, they're wanting to test those kids when they come back from Thanksgiving.
Yep.
You think they want to make sure they don't have the flu, too.
That's correct, yeah.
And, they're saying that there's a lot more cases of flu this year. COVID's down, the flu's up. Well, how much of the COVID, it was real COVID last year, might have been the flu?
I can't help but wonder. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's what I had for you tonight, and I'll get off here and let's get on to the next caller. But I wanted to wish everybody a good Thanksgiving, and you won't be back on the rest of the week, will you?
This is it. This is our final episode before Turkey Day.
And I guess I'll catch you Sunday night when you come back. You'll be back Sunday night, right? Monday morning?
Sunday night, Monday morning. Yes, sir. Yep.
All right, then. You have a good Thanksgiving and weekend, and catch you next week.
Thank you for tuning in, and good luck lifting those papers. It's a lot heavier load this morning, probably, than a typical morning.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that Thanksgiving Day paper, yeah, that was... I think we don't do the mail thing. They still have the paper carriers delivering the papers. So, yeah, it's always the Thanksgiving morning. And in recent years, I think they jacked the price of the paper up to like $2.50, something like that. Yeah, for that one particular day, because it's a big one. Hello to Philip. Good morning.
Morning, buddy. How you doing? First off, I want to wish everybody happy Thanksgiving out there. Hope you guys have a safe holiday off. If you're off or if you're out there traveling or whatever you're doing, how you doing today?
No complaints on this end. Just kind of counting down. You ever watch the clock and say, "Hey, we got 2 hours to go, and Thanksgiving weekend is here"?
Well, it's funny is at my job, I work at Disney. I've been on a wait list to get Thanksgiving off for, I don't know, it's been, me and my wife think it's about 3 or 4 years I've been on this list to get Thanksgiving off because of the way my days fall off in the week. But I finally got it this year, so I'll actually be at home this year and enjoying it with my family. So that's going to be cool.
How about that?
I'm pretty happy with that. I listened to the show a little bit yesterday while I was on break on the replay, and I heard you talking about the RFID readers, Steve. You remember that?
Yeah, that was we kind of closed things out yesterday morning on that. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, RFID is no more than a tool that's in the process now with computers, and a lot of people don't know about RFID. It's in everything in your life right now, believe it or not. Steve, do you have a debit card or a credit card that has a tap option?
I don't know about the tap option. I mean, it's got that little chip in it. I know that, because you have to insert the card to make the payment kind of thing.
Okay, well, the chip in there, that's kind of like a form of RFID. But if you have, and a lot of people don't know it, but when you have one of those credit cards, it's got RFID. That's the tap option. Okay, Steve, you said you own a Subaru, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you have a Subaru and you pull into the dealership with your Subaru. Okay, depending on how they have your car set up, the RFID in your car, when you pull into the dealership, loads up the information from the car to the dealer, and they know your mileage. They know they can hook in with the Wi-Fi, depending on your car. Now, if your car has Wi-Fi, which a lot of people they don't pay for that option to have the Wi-Fi in their car, but that Wi-Fi still works with the dealerships when you pull in and hooks up to your computer and downloads your data and your telemetry on your car. So if you have any kind of issues with your car that says, well, it just broke on me, you guys got to cover it, they could say, no, we can download it from your data. You were driving this way in your car, and no, you broke it. We didn't. The car didn't break. You broke it.
I'm pretty sure I got the Wi-Fi. If I can get in the car and if I want to sync up my phone, through the speakers, that uses Wi-Fi, right?
That uses Bluetooth.
Oh, Bluetooth.
Which is another tool. It's another tool in technology. That's all this stuff is. RFID is no different than Bluetooth. It's another form of a tool with the computers to hook up. What's crazy about RFID is you can put an RFID reader anywhere and it's cheap. So they could have an RFID reader at an intersection. Say, for instance, if one of our friends who drives for one of the carriers, and I'm just going to use these carriers as examples, say Averitt, Saia, or any of these companies that have cameras in the trucks, and you have an accident at an intersection and have an RFID reader there, and if your truck had an RFID on the front of it, they could read that. They know it's that vehicle. They know this guy's driving it. They know when you hit the gas, when you hit the brake. They know everything. They can pull the camera technology up. They use GPS to know the locations, and it's all right there in front of them. It's no more than a tool that's in the operation with a camera. Or any of the computer stuff.
Right.
So, Steve, do you ever wonder why they wanted us to go to electric? And people have never really thought about this. You know the reason they want us to go to electric? Because we could put an RFID on the car and say that car is committing a crime. We could shut that car down.
Oh, yeah.
Through all the other technology that we have. Do you know anybody, Steve, that has a Ring camera in their house?
I got one on mine.
Okay, you have a Ring camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the FedEx guy comes up to your house, and he's out there and he's rolling your box around on the ground and kicking it before he brings it in your house, and you file a claim on it that whatever you bought got broken. Okay, they can use the RFID on his truck and on his machine that he has, because he has a scanner machine, and they know that this individual drove this truck. He had this scanner. Oh, by the way, that he delivered to this address, which has a registered Ring camera, and they can pull the video footage up from your Ring camera, and bingo, we already have everything documented and on the claim, and we know that he messed up, and we can go ahead and settle up the claim with Mr. Summers. So there's a lot of things with technology a lot of people don't know, and take, for instance, right now, Steve, I'm wearing a uniform. I'm going to work, right? They know when I walk in the door that I'm walking in the door by my RFID that's in my uniform. Does anybody have a company ID? A lot of companies have IDs. I know I have one. Yeah. I have one for Walmart, and I have one for Disney. When you walk in the door, that RFID chip in that ID, it lets them know, hey, Philip's in the house. So, it's everywhere. You're not going to get away from it. The technology is going to come through. It's going to be another tool in the option that's going to happen with the vehicles. So, just thought I'd let you know about that stuff. I didn't mean to scare anybody, but it's everywhere in your life, and it can trigger a lot of things that can lead to, criminal stuff. Now, Steve, you mentioned about the parents, if their child committed a crime, should they go to law enforcement? Was that what you said earlier?
I did. I kind of posed it as a question that if your child committed a crime, would you go to law enforcement and kind of turn them in? I realized that if you know of anyone that's committed a crime, if you know it and you don't say nothing, you're essentially aiding and abetting in a crime.
Absolutely, and you can be held as an accessory.
Yeah.
So those people, if the law enforcement really wanted to push it, which I don't think they will because they lost their son, but depending on the circumstances, they could use them as accessory in a crime. They could be put in prison too themselves. And I heard a gentleman earlier say something about, well, they weren't raised right. Well, I can say this much. As a parent, we try all of our lives to lead our children down the right road. But as well as anybody that knows, it's all up to the individual to keep themselves straight in their life. And that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Your parents try to do as much as you can as a parent. And he was talking about morality. Morality is part of it. That is a big deal, and that's one thing that, as a parent, we are instilled with to teach our kids. Now, whether they accept the information and do it is another deal. And that's one of the things that happens. It happens. There's nothing, and you're no worse of a parent if something like this happens. It happens. It's one of those things. So, but that's all I got today, bud. I hope everybody has a great holiday, and I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, you do the same. And enjoy a Thanksgiving at home with the better half and the kids, right? There you go. Thank you, Philip. Let me see here. We got hired gun on board. Morning, all. 35, partly cloudy here in northwest Georgia. I'll be off for the rest of the week. I'm thinking about maybe doing something different in the new year. maybe something a little less physical would be nice, right? Anyway, happy Dead Turkey Day to everyone. Remember, painted side stays on top. Happy Dead Turkey Day. Are you with me?
I'm with you. I'm setting up, burning the midnight oil tonight, and I heard old Moose mention my name.
Yep.
So I know you don't think I listen. I listen to playback. I'll listen all a couple hours, and then I'll try to turn in. And then tonight I'm kind of wound up. So I thought, well, I'll just listen to Steve. See if he'll put me to sleep.
They're going to be getting together with the brother or the kids, or who you getting together with for Thanksgiving?
Oh, yeah. Man, I have got Thanksgiving going out the ears. I'm going to go see my kids, mine and Kay's kids, Thursday. Then my family here where I live, they're having to get together Friday. And then Sunday, my siblings and I and my kids from my first wife, we're all getting together. Did I lose you?
No, so you're going to you're going to be eating 2 or 3 turkey dinners then.
Well, I ate one last week up at the nursing home with my brothers in the nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have to eat lighter. I'm going to have to go buy some bigger pans. Good grief. I mean, I love Thanksgiving, and I'm thankful, serious, thankful that I'm at home and get to enjoy the holidays and without all the stress. So basically, I don't have, because I can't cook here, or at least I don't cook here in my garage apartment. So I'll just go buy a pie from the store. That's the only thing I need to worry about contributing.
There you go.
Unless, well, every now and then. I mean, it's like this Sunday, we're renting a senior citizen center, and then, I'll fork in some money to help pay for that. But I got to tell you, Steve Phillip was 100% correct in everything he was saying. Now, there's a lot I'd like to talk about. I just don't know where to start. I don't know where to start with football, politics, or the question that you asked tonight, or everything Phillip was saying.
Well, start with what's your prognostication? Ohio State versus Michigan, and one of those.
I think Ohio State's going to take them.
Okay, one of those teams has to lose. If Ohio State loses, will they still be in the football playoffs, or vice versa for Michigan? No, not going to happen. This is serious. I'm studying this stuff, man. Here's who I think will be. You're going to have Georgia. You're going to have TCU if they win out. Mm-hmm.
If TCU don't win out, then LSU might slip in. But I know you're going to have Georgia. And if USC wins out, they're going to be in it. And the winner of Michigan-Ohio State's going to be in it, but I feel like Ohio State will take Michigan. And the reason why is because Ohio State, they've got a pretty solid defense, and that's from old Jim Knowles, their defensive coordinator. He was Oklahoma State's defensive coordinator last year when Oklahoma State had such a good defense. That's what they're going to shut down Michigan's running game. Guarantee it's going to happen. You just watch it. I say Ohio State will beat them by 14 points. Guarantee it. Now it might be tight, but they'll beat them by 14. So you're going to have Georgia, TCU, Ohio State, and I think USC. If they win out, if USC wins out, they'll get in over LSU. If they don't, and LSU finishes out, you'll probably see them in there. That'll give you 2 Southeast Conference teams.
Okay.
But the loser of Ohio State, Michigan, I don't see them getting in there. Really don't. But I just don't see Ohio State losing. And that's playing at the Horseshoe.
Yep, they're in Michigan. Yeah, Michigan got the home field advantage. Yep, and they beat them.
No, they're playing. They're playing at the. I think they're playing at the Horseshoe.
I thought they were playing in Michigan. Maybe I'll have to double check. Maybe they are in Ohio State.
Yeah, no, if they're even if they play at Michigan, I think Ohio State will take it. But I'm pretty positive they're playing in Ohio State.
Okay.
I'm somebody might call in and correct us, but I was thinking, and that's going to give Ohio State the advantage necessarily. But even if they play at the Big House, see, Michigan, they refer to the Big House, because they was referring to the Chew last weekend when Fox has that pregame show on.
Okay.
And they was talking about the Urban Meyer going back home for the next week or this weekend. So anyway, at least I hope it's at the.
Yeah, I did a quick search. Yeah, the Columbus Dispatch headline is "What's the forecast for Ohio State versus the Columbus forecast?" So they are in Columbus. Yes.
What is the forecast?
That's Saturday. Let me see here. Let's see. I'm trying to find what are the weather. Let's see. With winds, gusty winds. I think there's a chance of rain in the forecast there Saturday.
Yeah. See, I still stick with Ohio State. I think they'll take it. I really do. But there's still a lot of football. TC, you've seen the games. I heard you the other night talking about it. How tight Maryland and Ohio State, which that wasn't a bad. That was a good game. So it wasn't I didn't think Ohio State would clobber Maryland. I actually thought Maryland would take them up to the wall, and they did. And the same thing with Michigan. They got took to the wall, and then damn TCU did. I don't know. Did you see any of that TCU Baylor game?
I did not see that one. No.
Oh, Steve, that was a classic finish. And you could tell they had practiced. Their offense went off the field. Their field goal unit come on. That was like 11 seconds that they had to get that done. Got lined up, centered the ball, boom, kicked it as time run out, and made that sucker. That was a classic finish to a game. If he'd have missed it, then TCU would have lost. But I believe they're going to play Kansas State in the Big 12 championship as long as everybody wins their games this weekend. And, Kansas State's got a quarterback sitting on the bench that everybody's hollering about. He should have already been starting. And that kid, he's about like that boy over at South Carolina that finally come awake, that Spencer Rattler. I mean, I don't know if you've seen any of the playbacks on that game against Tennessee. I mean, he dismantled it, Tennessee. That's the way he was the first year that he showed up. Are you there?
Yeah, I mean, I did not get to see any of that game. Yeah, because I came in and I was checking the scores. I said, man, Tennessee got blown out. It was like 63-30 something, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. 63 to 31 and 35, something like that. Great game. Did you see where I'd been on a post about this Chinese guy that got arrested down there in Miami, Florida?
I did not catch that. No, sir.
Well, we had a crime in this area where I live, in this county. The Chinese nationals are coming over here into Oklahoma, just buying up the land. And some of them will come in and start their own marijuana grow business because of the marijuana laws in Oklahoma. They get for medicinal marijuana. And I mean, these pot farms are just exploding. Well, some of these Chinese people come over here, especially the hardcore drug dealers, and they don't apply for the license. They just come out here and start building these damn pot farms and growing this supposedly medical marijuana, but we know that a lot of it's been used on the illegal drug trade. And to me, that's Oklahoma's fault for rushing that deal and not putting more oversight into it. And, I can't mention names or say how I know some things, but I know that Oklahoma don't have the manpower to really monitor these growing facilities like they should. And a lot of it falls under the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics, all right? But I know they don't have that kind of manpower. Well, Saturday night, out here in the little community just about 14, or about 12 miles west of Tennessee where I live. There was a pot farm.
Mm-hmm.
And this Chinese boy went in there and killed 4 people and shot another one. And then, naturally took off. I mean, it was all over the news. Somebody phoned in a hostage situation, and they're thinking there might be more people involved. But this Chinese boy that did it, he took off. Well, today, one of them down there in Miami, one of the highway patrolmen, and that falls right in line with what Philip was talking about.
The RFID, the tag reader, flagged him, yeah.
Flagged him, picked up a tag, and they pulled him over, and they caught him. And that happened Saturday night. So you had Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, 3 days' time, they had him nabbed. And there ain't no telling where he was going. And you know damn good and well that he, and I'm just assuming that he probably wasn't a legal citizen of the country, and rather he had a visa or permit to be over here. But there's a lot of that, what they call, I call it slave labor, bringing the people in and working like sweatshops. You get a lot of that in New York City. And so, but they caught that sucker. And that's going to be interesting. They think it might have been a big drug cartel hit, which that's what it's playing out to be. But I'm thinking, good God, here I live in the heartland of America, and we're not safe.
Yeah.
With all the crimes that go on.
That's first
take a break?
First I heard about that story, but I mean, apparently he killed them people like execution style, as they say. Yeah, execution. Yeah, forecast for Columbus Saturday. Now it's a noon kickoff. Forecast is afternoon showers, 60% chance of rain, high of 51 degrees. So, Columbus, Ohio for the big game Saturday.
USA Radio News.
The student loan repayment pause has been extended again, despite the president having said the 2022 end-of-year pushback would be the last. The bump will go no later than June 30th of next year, and payments will resume 60 days after the pause ends. A federal judge ruled that former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki must comply with a subpoena and offer deposition in a lawsuit that claims the Biden administration colluded with big tech to censor speech. Expect to pay more on average to fuel your holiday journey this Thanksgiving than in any year past. The price of a gallon of gas is down 16.4 cents from a month ago, but that's still 24.5 cents higher than it was a year ago. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. On Thanksgiving Eve, no less. All right, got an email, a couple of emails. Woody checks in this morning. Hey, Mr. Summers, are you a fan of the Santa Claus movies? Indeed I am. Tim Allen. Love Tim Allen. Said, in case you didn't know, there's a couple of new chapters of that series. They're currently playing on the Disney Plus thing. Tim Allen is the lead role, as well as a few others from the past movies. Anyway, hope you and your family have a great Thanksgiving, and then following up talking about the kids. The question, if you knew your child had committed a crime. He said, I would have no choice but to turn them in. We need more accountability from us and our kids. Yeah, heavy heart and all, I'd have to turn them in. And by the way, the new Santa Claus installments are called the Santa Clauses, plural, the Santa Clauses. Anyway, great show as always. Thank you very much, Woody. All right, we left off with Big Ed there. He's talking about Oklahoma. Yeah, I had not heard anything about that scenario unfolding there. Oklahoma Bureau of Investigation said the 4 killed last Sunday near Hennessy were executed, and the suspect now in custody. As he said, the Miami Beach Police Department arresting Wu Chen on an OSBI arrest warrant after a car tag reader flagged the vehicle he was driving. He was arrested without incident, transported to the Miami-Dade Detention Center. Chen will face murder and shooting with intent to kill charges. He is now awaiting extradition back to Oklahoma. The investigation, though, still underway in Kingfisher County after 4 were found dead and another hurt following a violent attack at a marijuana grow farm. About 5:45 in the afternoon on the 20th, a male suspect entered a building on the property. He was in that building for a significant amount of time before executing several employees inside. 3 men and 1 woman, all Chinese nationals, were shot execution style. Another person, also Chinese, was shot multiple times and flown to OU Health. So that was the story there in Oklahoma. So all Chinese nationals working at you probably not a legal marijuana grow farm, you're saying, right?
Correct. They wouldn't release the names of those that are deceased because the way they were talking, like they had to notify their family.
Next to kin.
Mainland China.
Yep.
Right.
Wow.
It's going to be interesting to see how this completely unfolds. I mean, it's sad, really sad, that our American society, and we have illegals and foreigners coming into this country, buying up land, laws that our country passed, and then, I mean, it's like, and I know people will probably crucify me, it's like the gun laws, Steve. Pack, conceal, and carry. I mean, when you look at the laws that every state passes, and then you have to pass laws where people can carry guns. Hell, I went and eat tonight at a Mexico Joe's restaurant in Stillwater. Hell, probably half of them cowboys or farmers in there was packing. Well, I don't pack. I pray to God it never comes down to if I get in a situation, I'm going to either have to talk myself out of it. I mean, I ain't so tough I can't stop a bullet. But I just don't. I don't pack, I just don't do it. I'm 65 years old, and I ain't never packed a gun. And even when I was out there on the road, I ain't saying I didn't have a club. If you're going to shoot me, then I'm going to go down fighting, but I just don't pack. I don't ever dream that I would have to shoot somebody and then have to justify,
right.
Why, if it might have been over something stupid, things get heated. You see where guys shoot somebody, and they didn't mean to do it, but things got so heated, and gunfire come into play.
Yep.
So it's just sad that our society's gone like that. But who has created that? They're talking about accountability. My son, Steve, up until just 3 years ago, we finally come together and started thinking alike, okay? Now, hear me out. When he was 20 years old, they had a warrant for his arrest in Colorado. Well, he lied to me. I got wind of it. I always told him, don't ever lie to me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if you lie to me, I'm going to make sure you get hurt. Well, he lied to me because he had been, as a juvenile, he had run in gangs and stuff, and I had worked with him through the state to get him out of these gangs and to get him on a straight and narrow path. And he finally went through the Oklahoma delinquent program, got out from underneath the state jurisdiction, free and clear. Then he goes to Colorado and commits a crime. And then I get wind of it. Because, as a matter of fact, I had talked to him on the phone that day. Everything's going good, Dad. Hey, I'm doing all right. I get a phone call next day. Hey, they got a warrant for his arrest out here in Colorado. And I mean, I got 7 kinds of mad. And he was married and he had 2 little kids. Well, they had moved back to Oklahoma, him and his wife with his kids. Well, and I'm not going to bash my ex-wife. That ain't what this is about. But she was harbored. All right? And I found out about it. So I called the Enid Police Department, talked to the chief of police, said, hey, y'all got a warrant for his arrest? They said, yes, we do. And then I said, well, I know where he's at. I can help you catch him. The chief of police said, well, come up here and let's visit. So I go up there and I'm visiting with them, how we're going to do this. And they told me, they said, we've got an order if he runs to shoot. That's how big of a criminal he had been.
Wow.
That's how much they had dealt with him. And I told him, I said, look, if he starts to run, I will tackle him. But you can't be shooting when I tackle him, because then, by God, you're going to hit me, and all I'm trying to do is help him and help you. So if he goes, and the way we set it up, if he turned to run, he was going to run right into me, and I was going to take him down. But I wanted to make sure I didn't get shot in the process.
Right.
So make a long story short, we met for dinner, opened the door, and detectives tackled his butt right there in a little entryway into a restaurant, which created a lot of excitement at the restaurant, actually. But his last words to me was, "Dad, I hate you." And I said, "Son, I'll never tell you that." I said, "I'm going to tell you one more time. Don't ever lie to me." I said, "You're going to learn to do things legal. You're going to learn to do things for your benefit. And you're not going to do it by being a stinking criminal, stealing, doing drugs, or running drugs. It's not going to happen. If you want to live that kind of life, just clear out of my life." Well, did he have bitterness over it? Yeah, he did over the years. And finally here, and I never turned my back on him. Let me tell you this, I never did turn my back on him. But I was hardcore in the way I dealt with him. I don't mean by beating on him or nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Case in point. Here 3 years ago, Thanksgiving to be exact, it come down that it was going. I think the temperature is going to be minus 10 degrees. It's going to be bitter cold. Well, him and his, not the lady that he had his kids with, but his current girlfriend, wife, whatever she is, well, they got kicked out of their house. And he called me. He said, "Can you put us up in a hotel for a week? Because it's going to be bitter cold." And I said, "No." I said, "You knew your rent was due. You know what you've got to do to survive out here, and do it honestly." I said, "You're going to learn. You take care of business, and your business is taking care of you, and you're going to do it legal, like I've told you. I preach at you, and you're going to do it the right way. You knew that was coming up. And if you didn't take care of business and pay your rent, and you're getting booted out in the bitter cold, if you sleep in your damn car, and you think about it, and see if you can't figure out what is the right road to go down." And Steve, I got to tell you, and that's another reason, part of the reason I went on and shut down on the road, because I told his sister, well, she's a good girl, my daughter, I said, "I'm going to work with him for a year and see if I can get him, but in the right direction," because he was doing good. He would go along, then he'd slip and do something stupid, get a speeding ticket or something. And he finally has got his act together, doing things right, doing things legal, taking care of himself, working, and him and I have an outstanding relationship. We get along great. We see each other all the time. I love him to pieces. And there are times, like this year, he needed a little nudge as far as money, and I helped him. But if I help him, the thing is, you're going to either pay me back with cash, or if I need something, you're going to, and he's a damn good mechanic. So if I need something, you're going to come and help him. And he does a lot of work that people aren't aware of helping homeless people. And I got a lot of respect for him for that. I mean, really, he ain't got much of a pot to piss in, but hey, he's not beyond sharing, and I have to lecture him. Hey, remember, you got to take care of yourself. You can't take care of these people if you can't take care of yourself. So he does a good job, and so it's been a long road. But the thing is, was I responsible for all the crimes he committed? No, I wasn't. But at the same time, I was not, and I am not going to tolerate any kind of illegal activity. I'm not going to whitewash it. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to it. I'm going to take care of business, and he's my business. Now, if he don't want me in his life, so be it. But don't do them stupid things around me and expect me to sit and keep my mouth shut. That's my kid. I'm not going to tolerate it. And the gentleman that said, "Hey, we got to be more accountable," it starts at home. I can sit and tell you more stories, but I'm not. It starts at home. You got to look at your kids. I mean, I'm sure you're proud of Steve, military, law enforcement. You know, I love my son. I'm proud of him for what he tries to do for people, but even though I don't think he has much of a pot to be in, he's trying to share with these other people, the homeless people. He does work. He'll go to these various Christian organizations. He was here this last summer in all that heat. He was out. He was doing some kind of a walk, raising money for a food program. And he was out there walking in that heat, you know. So is he a cop? No. But he'll do things to help other people. That's the right direction. What do you think?
I think that's a great story, Ed.
It's the truth. And I got to tell you, and right quick, I hope you ain't going to dump me, but what Philip was talking about when I got my insurance changed over, they wanted to send me a little app for my phone that I can turn on when I'm driving, and it registers how I'm driving and what I'm doing, which is supposed to keep the cost of my insurance down.
Right.
But the only problem I had with it, Steve, during the day I'm trying to listen to your show, and that damn thing's recording. Oh, he's talking on the phone. And I thought, well, I can't have that listen to Steve's show. So guess what went? Your show didn't go.
Oh.
I got rid of that.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it and I'm going to, matter of fact, I'm going to go buy me a new phone for Christmas, and then I'm going to try to get me a smart TV. So this technology, in some areas it's good, and in some areas it's a pain in the rear end. It's just like that phone app. You know, I couldn't listen to your show and driving down the road and still try to show the insurance that I drive safely. So I thought, well, I drive safely as long as I don't get no tickets or a wreck. I'd rather listen to Steve's show. So with that, Steve, I'm going to tell you happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you much, Ed. Appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving right back at you. Enjoy those 2 or 3, whatever it is, Thanksgiving dinners you're going to have with the family this weekend. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there.
About pulled a eagle on you, man.
About to doze off?
Oh man, I'm whooped, man. That's a good story by Ed, though. I mean,
this is your last night off. You got to work, you know, like Wednesday night, Thursday night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I was, you know, I don't have to take the girl to school in the morning, so I was thinking, man, I'm gonna hit it. I don't have to, you know, stay up till 8 o'clock. So we hang up. I'm hitting it, man. Hoping to get a good day's sleep. But yeah, I mean, we're talking a homicide here, Steve. We're not talking like, you know, stole a candy bar out of a store.
With the case in Florida, right? Yeah, the guy comes home and you know, they know the girl's missing and all that. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, that was a week-long deal when they were kind of following that, wasn't it? And
yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I think I'd have to sit him down or her or whatever, have a talk, say, listen, you know, you have to turn yourself in. So,
I mean, the line of thinking is the parents actually helped him pack up and load that van,
right,
so he could head on down to Florida and try to hide out.
Right. And I think the victim's parents, they probably got a legitimate civil suit, Steve, for the anguish and pain that could have, you know, that they were going through for how many days. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? When it could have been resolved. So they might have some kind of civil suit against them. But hey, anyway, Steve, I just wanted to call and wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. You know, to say, hey man, I am thankful for my family. Got 4 good kids, you know, thank goodness, knock on wood. Right? Because one's still a juvenile. We ain't done with her yet. So, but thankful for all the friends I got, co-workers, your show. You know, your people that listen to this show, Steve, are the backbone of this country. You know, whether they drive a truck or not, we're all deplorables, right? And we're what this country's all about.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm thankful that we still got a country, Steve. No matter what's going on right now, don't even want to talk about anything, but this still is the best country on the face of this planet. There's nowhere else to go, you know, so thankful for all that, and happy Thanksgiving to you and the princess and everybody else out there, and that's all I got, my man.
Well, some good rest, and hopefully a not so active night tonight, which I don't know. Good luck with that.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's just go with the flow, man. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. Well, happy Thanksgiving, and yeah, I know you said you got one of the officers' wives going to be cooking for the crew there for Thanksgiving. Enjoy that. All right, what about a minute before top of the hour news break? Just ahead, believe it or not. Wow. Well, I got enough time for maybe one of our industry headlines. United Furniture Industries, UFI, and their subsidiary Lane Furniture reportedly terminated all of their company employees late Monday night this week. According to the reporting, WXII 12 News, UFI sent workers messages around midnight telling them do not report to work yesterday. A separate memo obtained by the outlet said that all workers were immediately terminated, except for the company's over-the-road drivers that were out on delivery at the time. I actually have a copy of the memo that had gone out there, and wow, any time of year is a rough time of year, but like, you know, Thanksgiving or the day before Thanksgiving Eve, you're out of a job. I'll give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. And back to your calls as well. Who we got on the line there? 5-7's back on board. I'm not seeing a name on the other, but we'll get to you coming up here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
It's a very busy day at the nation's airports. Travel experts say this year's Thanksgiving travel season will be the third largest in the last 20 years. Airline officials hope travelers will experience fewer delays and cancellations because of the industry's advanced planning. The White House is honoring the victims of a recent mass shooting in Colorado Springs.
And there are no words at all that can bring comfort to those who are grieving, but we stand with the community of Colorado Springs and the LGBTQI plus community.
Speaking to reporters, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the lives of the 5 people killed were cut short by a senseless act of violence. The man accused of driving an SUV into a Massachusetts Apple store, killing 1 person and harming more than a dozen others, appeared in court Tuesday. Hingham District Court Judge Heather Bradley says the court believes cash bail is necessary to ensure that 53-year-old Bradley Rain returns.
I am going to set bail in the amount of $100,000 cash based on all of those factors.
She adds that Rain cannot operate a motor vehicle while the case is ongoing. Rain is charged with reckless homicide by motor vehicle. His attorney at the bail hearing argued that the incident was an unfortunate accident, claiming the defendant's foot was stuck on the accelerator. The man who may become Speaker of the House says the Homeland Security Secretary is wrong when he insists the border is secure.
We have lost the operational control of this border. It's been turned over to the cartels.
During a visit to the border, California's Kevin McCarthy said he doesn't believe anybody would say the border is secure. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Railroad unions and management are heading back to the bargaining table in an effort to head off a national strike in December. The Biden administration had praised a tentative deal in September to resolve disputes about pay and working conditions. A University of Virginia football player is being released from the hospital just ahead of Thanksgiving.
A University of Virginia football player who was seriously wounded in the shooting that killed 3 of his teammates has been released from the hospital. The mother of running back Mike Hollins tweeted the news, and his sister spoke to television outlet WAFB in Louisiana.
So many people are praying for my brother, for my family, that it just seems like this burden isn't as heavy as it should be, if that makes any sense.
On November 13th, Lavelle Davis Jr., Deshaun Perry, and Devin Chandler were killed in that shooting by a former teammate as they returned to campus from a field trip. From the USA Radio News Washington, D.C. Bureau, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Las Vegas will host its first NCAA Men's Final Four. It will be held in 2028 at Allegiant Stadium, home of the NFL's Las Vegas Raiders. Before that, the 2027 Final Four will happen at Ford Field in Detroit. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we are. Get that final hour underway. Yes, indeed. Thanksgiving Eve. Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, generators, collector cars, boats, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended time period. Sta-Bil storage keeps your gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, we left off there. I was sharing the heartbreaking news, job losses on the day before Thanksgiving Eve. The memo reads, at the instruction of the Board of Directors of United Furniture Industries Incorporated and all subsidiaries, we regret to inform you that due to unforeseen business circumstances, the company's been forced to make the difficult decision to terminate the employment of all employees effective immediately, November 21 of 22, with the exception of the over-the-road drivers that are out on delivery. Your layoff from the company is expected to be permanent, and all benefits will be terminated immediately without provision of COBRA. The memo told those drivers that they will be paid for the week and gave instructions to return equipment to the company. Whether or not you have completed your delivery, please immediately return equipment, inventory, and delivery documents for those deliveries that have been completed to one of the following locations: Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Verona, Mississippi, or Victorville, California. To be clear, do not complete any additional deliveries. The layoffs are expected to be permanent, and they were notified via either a text message or email. We regret that this difficult, unexpected situation has made this necessary. Additional information will be provided shortly. Wow. UFI Transportation, founded in 2005, 20 trucks, 50 trailers, grew to a fleet of about 200 trucks and 700 trailers. According to the company's website, that company acquired Lane Furniture in 2017. Over this summer, UFI fired its chief executive officer, the chief financial officer, and the executive vice president of sales, and at that time laid off about 300 workers. So again, UFI, locations in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Tupelo, Mississippi, and Victorville, California. All right. Now back to the calls here on a Wednesday morning that feels like a Friday. And let's see, who we got on the line? Would that be Eagle maybe, or I'm not seeing a name?
Yeah, this is Eagle. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. What's happening, Eagle?
Hello?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Give it a try.
Yep.
Yep. It ain't working, Eagle. I'm not sure where you're stationed at, but you're obviously in between cells or something there. Maybe give us a try back. All right, on another, let's see, talk about the taco truck stop.
No, the Tiger truck stop.
The Tiger truck stop.
Yeah, you and Monkey Gouger were talking about the Tiger truck stop earlier. I got a funny story about that. But anyway, back in the 70s, late 70s, they used to have a huge cage out there, and they started off with 3 tigers. Then it got down to 2, and then it got down to 1. But anyway, they used to have a fantastic buffet there. I haven't been there about 15 years, but anyway, another driver and myself stopped there one day, and he said, "Man, I'm gonna get some of those beef tips and rice." And I said, "Okay." So I started off with a salad bar, and he went up and got him some beef tips and rice, and started eating it. And he said, "Man, this doesn't really taste like beef." He said, "I don't know what it is. It's good." But so he called a waitress over there, and the waitress said, he said, "Ma'am, is this beef tips?" And she said, "No, it's pig nuts." He said, "Hey, man, you want to try a little bit of this?" I said, "Hell no, don't be putting that shish kebab on my plate."
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You never know what you're going to get in Louisiana, right?
I'm telling you, Tiger truck stop, pig nuts. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. But anyway, I thought I'd share that with you, man. Y'all have a happy Thanksgiving. I've been listening to you for a long, long time, so thought I'd give you a call.
Thank you for checking in. Looks like maybe back in March was the last time he checked in. Long time ago, right? All right, 5-7 back on board. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Moral of the story, just like Scrapple, if it tastes good, don't ask what it is. I don't disagree to be disagreeable. All right, so I lived in West Virginia for 25 years, and they have something called the Mountain Code, and it's no different than a street or a city street in New York in the hood. You don't rat on your family, and if things happen, you just don't. And I can remember a few things I've seen. They're dead now, so I guess I can say it. It was down in the southern part of the state. I was looking for my son. We were visiting. Had some issues because I was adopting the 2 boys as their dad was going to get relieved of the responsibility of the boys and their financial responsibility. Well, I come around the barn and thought he might be back here. I heard something grinding going on, and here's my son's blood uncle, taking a sander to a perfectly good cherry red 53 Ford pickup. I'm standing there watching him do this. He stops, looks at me, and has this surprised look on his face. I go, "Why in the world are you doing that?" And he looks at me square in the face and says, "I don't like the color." Well, I get back over to my son. My son knows a little bit better. I told him what I seen, and my son gives me the stink eye. He was about 14 at the time. And he said, "Dad, it's probably something they found up in Ohio, if you know what I mean." So there was some things going on in them mountains that, it goes back to the moonshine days.
Yeah.
Now this thing about, it is do the right thing, but it's easy to sit here and say that, but could you pull the trigger on your own child? Could you be the reason why they're going to execute your own child? The only thing I could think of is, before I would do the right thing, because face it, hey, you can't be compelled to testify against your spouse. So in our government, they seem fit that there was a point where they understood that family tie. I don't know. I would negotiate at least that they, I'd tell them everything. I'd spill my guts, but I'd have to guarantee that there wouldn't be a death sentence. Life sentence, yeah, but that'd be doing the right thing. But I raised my kids right. They chose firefighting and police work. So we're on this side of the law, but I understand where some of that comes from, where you just don't. There's some other things you just seen, in these little towns in West Virginia. My my son's half brother gets shot. He's a bad drug deal. Well, not for long that somebody in the family, family feuding. There's another death on the other side to make up for that. Well, the girl that was riding with that boy all of a sudden gets run over as she was walking along the edge of the road, and it stopped pretty much there. It happened to be that one of the police cars in town had some damage to the front bumper. So, it's just a different world up there in the mountains.
Yeah, I hear you.
There's so far behind.
It's kind of like, it's like
there's so far behind.
It's almost like gang mentality, though. It's like look at Chicago on any given weekend, and this one will be no different. One gang member goes down, and you get the retaliation across town, and back and forth they go.
And the lack of trust in any kind of police force. You can have a daughter get raped, okay? If the prosecutor is a Mason, in the father, let's say the child that did the raping is a Mason, guess what? I'll leave it at that. I can say there will be, they'll drag their feet till nothing gets done. Even if you have the dress, underwear, all the evidence in the world, it doesn't get done. So there's things still go on in this country, and I'm not talking 50, 60 years ago. I'm talking, 25 years ago.
Yeah, yes, I think they made movies about that, like all the president's kids, something like that.
Well, that's one thing on a movie, but when it's actually, when it actually happens, and of course, thank God none of the family that I know of actually chased that boy down. And by the way, that he was way out of the state before anybody knowed anything about him. So right there you go. And that's hey, if you're a Mason up there in West Virginia, there's amazing things go on. I was going down the highway, and there was two trucks in the fleet that were alike. Mine was 515, his was 516, and I had a West Virginia state trooper almost drive off the road waving at me. Well, I rolled down my window as I going by him. He's going that way, I'm going this way. I waved back, and a little bit later, a guy said, the man that drives the other truck said, "Did you have a state trooper waving at you?" I said, "Yeah." I'm sort of scratching my head on that one. He said, "Yeah." He said he was his mentor for counselor or whatever, because he was trying to get into the Masons. So, hey, guess what? I've seen a guy working in the radio. He was working his way up, and he was asked to leave or to join the Masons. If he didn't join, he couldn't work there anymore. And because of his Christian faith, he said he can't work there. He can't join these organizations. So I love it. I'm in South Carolina. I'm not involved in this crap. The kids all did the right things. It's been 20 some odd years down here now, and it's like a breath of fresh air. And
well, stay out of trouble, right? Thank you. 5-7. Happy Thanksgiving. Gobble gobble, and enjoy that time with the fam, as he likes to call it.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now, we all know it is not the least bit surprising that the media, the liberal left, the mainstream media, as it's called, participates in trying to help cover, whether it be this president or this administration, proverbial laundry list of things. Interesting how the Associated Press actually revised the story about the Hunter Biden scandal after the constitutional scholar Jonathan Turley spotlighted the whopper of a claim in the AP story. Now, what did the Associated Press claim? This past Saturday, the AP wrote about House Republicans and their plan to investigate President Biden for potentially being involved in his son's business dealings, despite his denials. But buried within the story was a paragraph absolving the president of any wrongdoing. The Associated Press reported, quote, Joe Biden has said he's never spoken to his son about his foreign business, and nothing the Republicans have put forth suggests otherwise. And there are no indications that the federal investigation involves the president. Well, Turley quickly called out the breathtaking but telling claim. He said the Bidens have succeeded in a Houdini-like trick in making this elephant of a scandal disappear from the public stage. They did so by enlisting the media in the illusion. However, this level of audience participation in the trick itself truly defies belief. He then detailed the circumstantial evidence that appears to contradict Biden's claims about not being involved in Hunter's business dealings, including voice messages, emails, testimony or claims from Tony Bobolinsky, the former business partner of Hunter. Well, so we did see a bit of a change in the AP story. The AP deleted their suggestion that Republicans have failed to produce evidence backing their suspicions. The story now reads, Joe Biden has said he's never spoken to his son about his foreign business. There are no indications that the federal investigation involves the president. Well, according to Turley, that little edit, which the Associated Press does not disclose in the editor's note, actually creates a new problem. Rather than simply stating the fact, the Associated Press is struggling to shield the president. There is indeed every indication that the federal investigation involves the president. Not only is the president discussed in key emails that are under investigation, but the grand jury actually heard testimony that the big guy is Joe Biden. And of course, he linked to that actual story. The media bending over backwards to paint the narrative that Joe has nothing to do with anything, never has, and we can take him at his word. Yeah, obviously that press conference from Kentucky's Representative Comer last week definitely says the exact opposite. But Gilligan on board. Good morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. And I want to wish everybody out there a happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, fortunately, tonight's my last night. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow night, unfortunately. It was my stepfather's death, but not a good way to be off. Well, I sent you a story there a little bit ago that you get where finally my lonely Mountaineers had made it #1 in something. Did you get that story?
Oh, let me pull over the email. The Mountaineers' mascot name?
Yeah, they made #1 of the human mascots. Isn't that something? My beloved 4-7 Mountaineers. So, boy, it's not been a good year to be a Mountaineer fan, but, well, I've been a Mountaineer fan since I was a kid. I guess I'll stick with them farther down the road.
Well, what is your mascot's name?
It's the Mountaineer. That's what they call it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They take turns at that. If I remember, 60-some different people has took the job of being the Mountain Deer mascot. I think every year they serve a year, and then somebody else takes that place. When they went to the Fiesta Bowl in '89, which that was for the national championship, the only time my Mountaineers ever played for the national championship, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they had a time they almost didn't let the Adams play it that year in the stadium because because of his rifle. You know, he was worried about him shooting people. But finally, they let him in when they realized, what it was about. But he got a lot of hassle that year. I always thought that was kind of interesting. It's the Mountaineers for WVU is like the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Your black eye for your Ohio State Buckeyes. Yeah, I'm going to be rooting for the Wolverines this year just to get under some people's skin. I have real no skin in the game on that one. I'm kind of the fly in the ointment. By the way, 57 there was talking about how things are back in the mountains. Well, I'll tell you, a lot of things have changed over the years in these mountains. Now, I'm not from deep in them mountains. I mean, I live in, my county literally borders Virginia. But I remember as a kid, there was a lot of things that went on. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, in the 80s, the Klan was very active and very influential in Hampshire County, West Virginia, where I'm from.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure Joe...
And hold that thought because we got to get to our news break here. It's the bottom of the hour, and we'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
If you're behind on hitting the road for the holiday, you may be in luck. The busiest travel days during Thanksgiving week are usually Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday after the holiday. This year, the Federal Aviation Administration expects Tuesday would be the busiest travel day, with roughly 48,000 scheduled flights. Experts say many people will start holiday trips early or return home later than normal because they'll spend a few days working remotely, or at least telling the boss that's what they're doing. People plan to buy an average of 9 gifts this year compared with 16 last year, according to Deloitte Consulting's 37th annual holiday shopping survey of 5,000 respondents that was taken back in September. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like we're heading down the home stretch here on Thanksgiving Eve. Big travel day. Here it is. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Less than a week after record-setting low temperatures and, of course, our blockbuster lake effect snowstorm made it feel like the middle of winter. Parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. Now, this time around, we're looking at rain, milder air for travelers around Thanksgiving. The wettest day for many will actually be coming up on Friday. Traditionally, a very busy day for holiday shoppers. The storm responsible for this unsettled weather is going to be a quick-moving system that swoops down from Canada, hits the Midwest on Thanksgiving Day. These kind of fronts typically can pick up some extra moisture as they move into the Northeast. That won't necessarily be the case this time, as the heaviest moisture remains in the Southeast, and instead will get absorbed by a separate storm that's going to develop into the weekend. Now, for those that are still shoveling out from the feet of snow that fell over New York last week and the past weekend, the lack of moisture is good news for that part of the country. It means the threat posed by flooding or additional roof failures due to the heavy rain and melting snow should be lower. Not enough rain likely to fall to lead to any major flooding concerns or add too much weight to the snow that's still on the roofs there. Generally, only up to maybe a quarter of an inch of rain is expected from Thanksgiving night into Friday in the Great Lakes region. You could see some minor street flooding occur where you've still got snow blocking some of the storm drains. Further east into New England and the rest of the Northeast, precip lingers on into Friday evening, and that would include New York City, the Boston area. Heaviest rain that's going to fall on the tail end of that front from the Tennessee Valley into parts of southern Virginia and the Carolinas, where an area of low pressure could form. Rainfall amounts here could be closer to an inch, slowing down travel in cities like Charlotte and Raleigh, North Carolina. Precip on this side of the storm, predominantly rain, but colder areas in the upper Midwest from Minnesota to maybe the UP of Michigan over Thanksgiving, around the Adirondacks in northern New England there on Friday. You will likely see a little bit of snow. Accumulation should be on the light side, so just maybe some minor travel problems, according to forecasters there. But the warmer temperatures, that's what we're looking forward to. High temperatures in the 60s for Thanksgiving Day. Still mild. Temperatures in the 50s on Friday. From the Carolinas to Virginia. Areas further north, Ohio into the mid-Atlantic. Highs are going to be in the 50s Thanksgiving Day. Probably only the 40s on Friday. But, last week we were looking at temperatures into the teens for the overnight hours. So I'll take that trade-off there. All right, get back to the calls here. Gilligan left off there. Proceed with caution.
Yes, I will do my best. I grew up in Hampton County, which is borders Virginia there near Winchester, which most of your listeners know. Now, unfortunately, the Klan was very active when I was in junior high and high school, well, back in my early days that I can remember. I've seen things happen back in them days that would make you sick today. I had an acquaintance from high school who got beat up one night by a couple local cops and got protected. Much like the nations, they protected their own. It was, and I'm not mistaken, there might be some coordination there too. But things have changed a lot, especially in my area. You don't hear the reports around my area of that sort of thing, of people being protected like they used to. It's kind of interesting. I know Chevy, but he was living in West Virginia. He was living pretty far deep in them mountains. I've been back in them mountains, and things are a lot different back there even today than they are around my area. Now, Joe Self lives in the next county over, and we're not heavily populated. I looked it up. There's 23,000 in my county, 26,000 in his. Now, my daughter dispatches for a 7-county area, the whole eastern panhandle for the West Virginia State Police. To give you an idea how much difference there is, Pendleton County, which is the farthest south of this group, which is due west of Harrisonburg, between US 33 know that. They've been out through there. There's about 6,300 people in that whole county, and it's almost 700 square miles. Now, up in Berkeley County, which is almost due north of Winchester, which is where Martinsburg is, I'm sure a lot of your listeners have been through there. Believe it or not, they've got 126,000 people in that county, and it's less than 300 square miles. And the next county to the east is Jefferson County, and they've got almost 60,000 in that county, and it's actually smaller than what Berkeley County is. Now, it's just amazing how densely populated some areas around where I live is, and some are, you're really out in the middle of nowhere. And of course, as you know, rural areas, things do work a little differently than they do more in the more urban areas. You know? So, but anyway, I don't know, I'm probably just rambling, but that's me. Hey, well, Steve, I'd like to wish you and everybody else a happy and safe Thanksgiving, and thank you for taking my call.
All right,
Take
you do
care.
the same. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. There you go. All right, 19 before the hour. Hello to Monty. It was good to hear from you yesterday morning. Checking in via email. Steve, did you hear about Trump's tax returns? I saw that headline. I did, yes. The Supreme Court of the United States ruling this past day that the criminals in Congress are allowed to access Trump's tax returns, ostensibly to further enhance IRS audit protocols. Yeah, sure, right? Yeah, all the while, the Biden crime family syndicate keeps on rolling. The mainstream media pretty much acts like three blind mice when evidence of wrongdoing surfaces there. 10% for the big guy. Nothing to see here. Pay no attention. I hope James Comer has some good bodyguards. Anyway, happy Thanksgiving to all from Monty this Wednesday morning. And there's our last check-in from Truck and Phil before Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. We'll finish this day up, and the Thanksgiving Day weekend begins. Have a blessed Thanksgiving to all, with friends, family, and foe. Time to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. One more time around the block, as they say, right? Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. Buster, what's been happening, Buster?
Oh, Steve, working at the office there, doing those boxes, but, I'm out there in Warriors Valley. It's can't believe I'm getting paid to do that, but I'm on vacation this week, and they asked me if I want to come in to work Friday and Saturday, and I volunteer. I'm at the house anyway. It's going to rain. I said, heck yeah. Double time for Friday and time and a half for Saturday. And I was thinking about the railroaders thing there. At UPS, after you've been there 2 years, you get an option week, and then you take it as a vacation week, or you give it back to the company, those 5 days, and they give you 7 option days. So you have 7 option days to do what you got to do with family time or whatever else. Mm-hmm. And I'm hearing about that the railroaders that they're wanting 2 weeks of personal time is the big sticking point.
Correct.
And it seemed like management could get their act together and just say, hey, we're going to give you another week of vacation, and you use it for option days or something. And meet them halfway. I did a survey for UPS back in October, and I did about 355 characters of communication words. I just said, I don't need air conditioning in my package car. Put one in the boys in Phoenix and the desert, and need the on-road supervisor to get on the car more often with the younger drivers. But, we always need to work together as companies and rank and file. These new drivers are, they're employees. They don't want work. We hear it from everywhere, and it's the same at our office. But it's your work ethic from your parents. And, I'm grateful for you, Steve, and our callers And I'm going to hang up because I want to see if we can get Eagle on before you say goodbye to us. And happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Well, so let's give it a try here. We'll try once again. We got you, Eagle. Looks like we're not going to get Eagle after all. It's because he's snoozing. He dozed off there. Devious, what's happening?
That's funny. Anyway, hey, happy Thanksgiving to you, Steve. Love your show. I just rolling to work. I got a 4-day weekend. I went ahead and took off. I guess that's the privilege of having the seniority. And are y'all having the show tonight for and Thursday morning?
No, this is.
Or are you off?
This is it. I'll be off Thanksgiving. Tonight would be Thanksgiving morning. So yeah, I'm off Thursday, Friday, in the regular weekend. So.
All right, cool. Anyway, you know, man, I had an incident on I-78 in Pennsylvania the other day through that construction zone coming out of Allentown, and it was trucks only in the left lane. I had an Amazon truck just zip past me in the left lane, and the guy basically ran me into the wall and took my front bumper, clipped my front bumper, took it half off, and some damage on the front hood, and kept on rolling. And this happened about 10 a.m. westbound, about the 40-mile marker. And luckily I have a camera in my truck, and I activated it, and it clearly showed that the guy just swerved right into me like he was hell-bent on trying to kill somebody, if you ask me. And I certainly, if you're in that big of a hurry on especially this particular road, I-78 in Pennsylvania, you need to cool off, man. You need to cool down. I can see you being behind, and there's some people, I don't have any moving violations, nor do I want any, so I'm not going to drive like I'm a fireman going to a house fire when the speed limit is clearly marked 50 miles an hour. They want your trucks in the left lane. It's only for a short period of miles, and I go a little bit better than the speed limit generally, and I just this Amazon driver, and I'm not saying all Amazon drivers, but for the most part, the Amazon drivers are hell-bent on just mowing over anybody and cutting off anybody they damn sure please. But I wish they would knock it off. And seriously, if you're that rushed, maybe you need to think about it as some other way than trying to kill somebody out here. So, but look, I'm glad I still have a Thanksgiving to look forward to. I took a little short run today down it's only 40 miles away, and God only knows how long I'm going to have to wait on my load. But at least I had enough sense, since I live in the Washington, D.C. area. The traffic is going to probably be brutal, but hopefully I won't be part of it. So I picked a short run, and I ain't going to make too much money, but, hey, that's okay. At least the madness, I won't be joining in that rush hour.
Yep.
Crazy madness. So,
anyway. All right. Well, I'm sure it's going to be a crazy day in the big cities, rush hour, everybody looking to get the heck out of Dodge, right? Out of town. Hey, thank you so much, Devious. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Have a great Thanksgiving, right? Let me jump over to Douglas, I believe.
Assalamu alaikum. How's it going? Steve, you're my slut. I love you, Steve. You're my slut. I love you. Oh, my God. I love you. You're my slut. You're my slutty slut. Christmas, Thanksgiving slut, Steve. I love you.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Douglas, yeah, thank you so much. Scarecrow, what did he say? I believe you said, let me see. Click the right button there. I'm his slut. I love you, I love you, I love you.
I wondered where that was going to go, man. A lot of love in the air at the moment. No, I thought I was the only one with a target on my back for these Amazon drivers they aim at, but apparently it's running rampant out there. Your recap news at the top of the hour, we hear once again that our southern border is well under control and no problems there, so we should all sleep better, from now on, Steve. We should be thankful for that, right? I was outside. I think it was Captain Ron. Wasn't he sending greetings and salutations over the Ohio State game coming up?
Yes, sir.
Is it something? I think, I was outside throwing straps, but I was still eavesdropping there. He predicted some whoop-ass coming out, and your response was, oh, yeah? I mean, it kind of started like a couple of kids on the playground. I was waiting for you to cast, well, my dad can beat up your dad.
Yeah, or an I double dog dare you, right?
That's exactly what come to mind. Oh, I never was able to come up with that gem that I wanted to share with you and all. But I guess as the week has progressed here, I have hoped to get on, towards the end of tonight's program, Steve. And I'm thinking about the season of thanks and such. In our neck of the woods, our family, we just have so many blessings to be thankful for. There are wants and there are needs. We are not in need of anything when I think about it. Both our immediate family and extended family, our kids all are doing well. They're healthy. Unfortunately, we can't any of them. I can't have any of them home this weekend. But no, there are no needs. We have obviously wants like so many. I wanted to win that lottery. Well, that's
yeah, right.
Realistically, that was not going to happen, But no, we think about what else is going on around us. We think about the disasters that have taken place, over the last year and such, and living where we do, we'll tolerate a little cold on and off, and no, I try not to feel sorry and whatnot that there's far worse out there than what we have to deal with and such. So that and I've come to have a fair circle of extended friends. Friends I've never met, but they've become associates of mine, so to speak, on the airwaves between texting and whatnot, all directly tied in through your program here, Steve, and that I have to be thankful for also. We can exchange barbs with each other, and we know it's all in good sport and spirit. And but most of all, in that vein, we have to thank you also, you and Chris. That got it going, and for the foreseeable future, we're not going to let you go, man. So you and your family, you just have the most pleasant of holidays, coming up tomorrow, and continue that right on now from days to come, right? Good. It's been good chatting with you, Steve. Appreciate you getting me in, and hey, you maybe get a couple more in here yet.
Thank you very much.
Good, pleasant holiday.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for being a part of the show, though. That's what we need. It's listener participation, as they call it. And I know the whole World Cup thing got underway this past weekend. I'm not a soccer fan. If there's nothing else to watch on TV, yeah, I can sit there and be bored. Watch 60 minutes of play and nobody scores, but that's often the case. But for those, there are rabid soccer fans out there, or football, as they call it, on the other side of the pond. And They're already calling it one of the greatest upsets in World Cup history that apparently occurred this past day. Argentina has actually won the World Cup twice. But this year, in Qatar 2022, Argentina wrote their name into the history books in an altogether different way. Argentina's 2-1 defeat by Saudi Arabia in the Group C match. The biggest upset in World Cup history. Led by Lionel Messi, who is ranked third in the world, unbeaten for 3 years, among the favorites to win the tournament. Many had expected Argentina to sweep aside Saudi Arabia. I mean, there's 48 teams that separate those two in the world rankings. In other words, if Saudi Arabia or if Argentina is ranked like number one, Saudi Arabia's ranked 49th. That's where they would be in the standings. All the pre-match talk, they say, one of the world's greatest ever players, likely to be playing in his final World Cup. The Argentina captain scored an early penalty to put his side in the lead, but 2 second-half goals from Saudi Arabia turned the game on its head. According to Grace Note, the previous most surprising World Cup win was actually the United States victory over England in 1950, in which the American team had a 9.5% chance of victory. Saudi Arabia's chance of victory yesterday was 8.7%, they tell us, which means the Green Falcons take over the number one spot. Greatest World Cup soccer upset in history is already in the books. I think USA had played their first game. I just caught that on our news break last evening. And I think that ended in a tie, if I'm not mistaken. USA versus, what was it, England? Yeah, tie game there. All right, so we'll close it out right there. Wrap things up here on a Thanksgiving Eve. I'll just say I am very thankful to be doing what I do, to sit behind this microphone each night and have you out there in listener land participating with me. Have a safe, enjoyable holiday weekend, and we'll see you back Sunday night at the midnight hour. Kick off a brand new week. The holidays will officially be underway, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.